For those who are new to the space, we hold these discussions every Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern Time and every Thursday evening at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. These discussions are to cover current events. And so we use lots of mainstream news sources, but then we accent those heavily with information collected from open sources, a lot of it that's posted by great accounts from here on Twitter. In addition to reviewing the news, we're trying to promote tools and techniques so that whether you're new to evaluating open source information or you've been at it quite a long time, hopefully we can bring everybody's skills up together. And we also will have guests, fairly regularly. The goal of that is so that the guests can present the good work they're doing, usually, open source investigation, so that if it's a project that interests you, then we'll promote collaboration because we're trying to build up some community as well. These spaces rely fairly heavily on the use of the nest, which is the area at the top of the spaces window where individual links to tweets are posted. The reason that I do that is so that you don't have to take my word for it. I'm trying to provide sources for everything that I speak to. And so if, for example, you were to click through many of the items in the nest now, but always the item to the far right is always the invitation to this space, below which is the agenda that has all the speaking notes and sources. In that way, if you look ahead in the agenda, you may see some things that catch your eye. You might develop comments and questions. We do invite audience participation. So if you'd like to come up to contribute, you can always request the microphone by hitting the button that's in the bottom left corner of the Spaces window. And because we'd like to get as many people listening and involved as possible, if you are enjoying what you hear, then consider retweeting our space. You can do that by hitting the button that is in the bottom right-hand corner of the Spaces window. To those who follow me, apologies for a couple of broken tweets sort of before the space today and on Thursday. It seems like Twitter has changed the way that long tweets get posted, and that it's freezing up, using the same techniques I have for a couple of months to post the long agendas. It's now freezing them. So I'll have to figure that out. In the meantime, the agenda sometimes gets broken into two parts, which is just a little bit more clicking, but all of the material is still there. So today, while we may be joined by some friends of ours who have great insight, we haven't lined up anybody to be sort of a featured interview. And so it will be primarily an update space. So I will be relying on you guys to come up and contribute your thoughts as well. We had a great speaker on Thursday night, Michael Kaufman. Whenever we have a great speaker like Mr. Kaufman, we'll often spend a fair bit of time in that interview and audience back and forth, meaning that we get to a little bit less of the news. And so there are a few items that we carried forward that came up from Thursday, so they may be a few days older. But as we don't have an interview today, we'll have more time to get to hopefully deeper into the agenda, maybe even finish it off. So I, as usual, will start by getting into some resources and some good examples from the last week. I'll do that for about 10 or 15 minutes. And then we'll get into updates on what's happening primarily on the war in Ukraine. If you were to look in the nest, starting from the far right-hand side, that first tweet is the invitation to the space, and the agenda is below it. The second item in the nest is the invitation to our next discussion, which will be Thursday night at 9 p.m. So you can set a reminder now if you're interested. The third item from the right is just a reminder that friends of our space will live stream this conversation I would always suggest that you participate in the discussion here on Twitter, because you can request the mic and speak with us here. But if you ever miss a conversation, or if there's some subject we've covered before that you want to go back to listen to, you can go and find the recordings at that YouTube channel run by the friends of ours. So the link is that third item in the nest from the right. The fourth from the right is our sort of community calendar. And we set this up because we have several friends who host spaces. We wanted to be able to coordinate and not lose track of talks. And then we thought, since we had a calendar, we would include outside events, because it turns out that there are lots of interesting discussions, some of which may not be crossing your radar. And so usually those are talks from universities and think tanks, whether it's about OSINT work or about the war in Ukraine. If you were to click the link to open up the calendar, it will open in your web browser, and then individual entries in that calendar will usually either have a registration for an upcoming event, or if it's an event that's already occurred, usually there's a record. If there are any events you think that sort of our community would be interested in, please do feel free to DM them either to me or to, I'm not sure if Planet Baroque is in the audience at the moment, but she helps to maintain the calendar. So if you know Planet, you can always send them to her. In that same tweet, I've included some of the interesting podcasts from the last few days. There aren't quite as many today. I'll put some of these up individually. The first is a discussion about the implications of the use of ransomware by Russia in advance of the invasion of Ukraine. And so it's a bit of a look at the cyber aspect of things, which we do keep our eye on, but we just often it's a little bit further down our agenda. And so sometimes we don't get to it. But if you're more interested in the cyber aspect of things, and you'd either like us to prioritize it a bit more, or perhaps you have some expertise in the area and you'd like to come up and do a presentation, or even just share update of breaking news, let me know. We'd be happy to try to juggle things depending on what our audience would like to hear. The second item that I put up in the nest is a link to the Power Vertical podcast, where this week they were discussing the ongoing fallout of the Wagner revolt. And this one caught my attention because one of the participants in the conversation is Maria Snegovaya, who does great work covering economic developments in Ukraine and Russia. And so obviously we've been keeping our eye on the consequences of the Wagner revolt. We'll have a few more updates today, but consider that if you want more information. Finally, the last item I put in the nest from podcasts is the newest episode of the Russia Contingency, which is the conversation hosted by Michael Kaufman, who was our guest last week as well. In this week's episode of the Russia Contingency, he was looking at the state of the Ukrainian offensive, and particularly DPICMS, the cluster munition that the U.S. is now providing to Ukraine. Okay, so that's it for podcasts. Going to some of the resources. So if you have a look up in the nest, it's, I think, about the fifth item back, and it's the tweet that's entitled Resources. This week, I thought I might highlight, actually, you know what I'll do is, so it's easier for you to find, I will move it to the front of the nest. This week, there weren't all that many new tools that were highlighted, but there were some interesting tweets that were along a theme. And sometimes I like to discuss, philosophical items here, or how to manage the news, filter the news. And so if you were to look in this tweet, there are three items. The first is a tweet from GeoConfirmed, where they essentially take the occasion of day 500 since the invasion to call on all of their followers to be thoughtful in what information they consume and they amplify. And they go through several examples of people who have promoted claims that after careful analysis don't seem to be true. And they show the work that they've done to try to disprove some of those claims. So they include everything from the nature of the attack on the Kerch Bridge to the shelling of the Kramatorsk train station. There was a video that came out a few months ago that appeared to show Ukrainian soldiers intercepting a civilian family and sort of harassing them, and that one turned out to have been a faked video that was actually proven with geolocation. Claims of Ukrainian attacks on civilian infrastructure and the like. So I think that it's an important caution. And GeoConfirmed works very carefully to develop the details to prove their claims, and they almost always show their work. So I think it's a good caution. Related to that, the second tweet under resources, I titled it Caution, and it links to a tweet by Caliber Obscura, who does good work, good OSINT work. And he's highlighting an account that claims to be a lady from Brazil who is extremely interested in Russian and ex-Soviet military hardware, and will put up a lot of threads that are presenting the information in a technical way, but that definitely have an underlying tone of, Russian equipment is superior, the efforts of the Ukrainians are for naught. And so the people are skeptical. It's not clear whether it's somebody who just has strong opinions, but perhaps not the expertise that they claim that they do, or whether it's sort of a subtle form of misinformation. It's not clear, but it's just one more example. I know several people who have been interested in that account's work and have followed that account. And so it's these accounts that put on a good face, but are really spreading ideas that are strong, that are the most insidious in my mind. Then the third item in this theme, the last in the theme, in the tweet titled Resources under the heading Misinformation, it links to a new article put out by the BBC Verify team, which is their team that includes several sort of OSINT type folks. And once again, they're running through claims made on Twitter. In their case, they're highlighting verified accounts who are promoting misinformation. So again, if you're interested in the types of things that are going around, as claims, along with sort of the disproof of them, just in case any of them may have taken you in, have a look at that BBC item. The last point coming from resources, and I'll highlight these from time to time, I'm breaking this out individually to the front of the nest now, is given the challenge of all this misinformation that floats around, if you want to work against it in a literal way, Bellingcat has put up a job opening. It's for somebody to work on their justice and accountability team. They're looking for somebody who has a proven track record of having done some OSINT work already. And they have a definite requirement for somebody who speaks either Russian or Ukrainian, just to highlight those requirements to you, because I know some people who otherwise might have been interested but did not have the language skills necessary. So, but if you qualify and you're interested, go have a conversation with Bellingcat. Okay, I wanted to highlight some good, some good examples of OSINT work from the last couple of days. So I'll break these out individually to the nest, if you'll just bear with me. The first of which will appear there in just a moment, is another update from Brady Afric, who, if you have been dropping into our conversations, has done terrific work tracking the fortification process of the Russian front lines. And he's continuing his satellite imagery analysis, and he's noting that Russia is not resting during the Ukrainian offensive. It is continuing to fill gaps in the defensive lines by digging additional trench work. And so I just wanted to highlight his effort. He takes all of those data points and he's continuing to accumulate them on his map. And so I think it's also a good example of, dedication to a subject, but then also having the infrastructure necessary to have a running tally of the work that he's done on the fortifications. The second good example up there is work from H.I. Sutton, Covert Shores, who has identified that Russia has begun painting some of its warships in an unusual camouflage pattern, which is essentially black toward the bow of the ship and then toward the aft of the ship to sort of break up its apparent length at a distance. And particularly, it's suspected that that might be in order to defeat unmanned naval drones and or to make it more difficult to track them on satellite imagery. And Covert Shores has been sticking to, sorry, just distracted for a moment. Covert Shores has been sticking to this issue, and he's continuing to provide updates in that it was first noticed on 2 ships, but now apparently up to 7 Russian Navy ships have all changed to this new camouflage style. The third item up in, exit, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so oftentimes when we're tracking ships from satellite images, we're looking to gauge the length of the ship to be able to identify it. And obviously the color of paint and all sorts of things, most ships that you're tracking, you'll be able to see an overhead view. And especially somebody like tanker trackers, those are some of the really specific points that they use to ID ships. And so it doesn't mean that you're not able to ID those ships. It just means it's going to take a lot longer to ID them. And if they continue to change the paint on those ships, that will kind of because once you figure out the new normal for what that ship is, it's easier to ID it again. But if they continue to periodically change that paint scheme, it will make the work of OSINT people who track that take twice as long, at least, every day.
In some of his initial coverage of it, H.I. Sutton, I believe he also suggested that because of the angling of the dark paint, it may also have been out of an effort that if you're looking at the ship from the side as a naval drone, the naval drone would, that they've angled it so that it's harder to distinguish the bow from the aft or the bow from the stern, I suppose. And therefore it can be difficult to determine direction of travel. So if, it's computer vision connected to a computer system that's trying to determine what intercept course to take, if you don't know which direction the ship is traveling, then that will, throw off your calculations and might actually defeat the ability of a drone to intercept a ship. Kitty, go ahead.
Yeah, forgive me if you said, but I think that one of the other things that it's worth is the AI. So when you're getting AI information that's sorting through by shape and all that, then it throws off their ability to, aggregate the stuff for the analysts to look at.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or it certainly adds another layer of complication in that, who knows, maybe AI will eventually be able to detect it and, still successfully classify, but it would have to learn. And it's that new period, as Exit was suggesting, where the color or the profile is changing, that if it is an automated system, it would have to learn that new variant. Sure, Wolverine, go ahead.
So one thing that actually defeats all that is either you have overhead coverage, from some type of UAV or something like that, flying above. It doesn't matter what camouflage you put on it. It doesn't matter how dark, how light. None of that matters, because if you have overhead coverage and you're watching a ship, no matter what, there's always a trail behind the ship, and that's always going to tell you what way the ship is going. So if you have a UAV that's high enough and won't get detected, or if you're just going to use a small one to fly over a ship and use that to help designate the target, it doesn't need to watch for any camouflage. All it needs to watch is the wake that's behind the ship, because you can't get rid of that. No matter how slow you're going, no matter how fast you're going, that wake will always give that ship away.
Yep, that's a great point. And I mean, just to extend that concept more generally, we're suggesting why Russia may have adopted the new camouflage pattern with the hope to defeat potentially drones. But that's not to say that it will be successful. It may be possible that, the color isn't sufficiently dark, or at the range that, the navigation has to be, the intercept course is calculated. Perhaps the software will get them close enough so that the camera can then detect the difference in the paint, and that it ultimately doesn't defeat the drone. The point is that we think the motivation of the Russians in adopting it is for that purpose, whether it works or not. Yeah, go ahead, Wolverine.
Yeah, I mean, we saw like the U.S. did during World War II, World War I. They used the dazzle camouflage, and it did break the pattern up and stuff like that. But one thing that not many people realize here is that when you're on a ship at sea, you can only see 12 nautical miles out from you. That's like, there's no way around that. But when you're out there and you're actually looking across the ocean, what's the first thing you're going to see on a ship? You're going to see its antennas and its superstructure. And you can actually have someone on shore sit back, if they're 12 miles away on shore, watch it like binos or something like that. And all they have to do is watch the antenna. So I'm not really sure that why they would sit there, because once it's locked onto it or is being guided to it, once you can see it, you're going to actually be able to actually see it pretty well with the naked eye. If it's like under bad weather, it's, it might help a little bit, but when you've got a large combatant out there, there's just a lot of things that they can set up and track with UAVs, without UAVs. So I don't know why they would go to this paint, because even if you say, let's say example, they wanted to make it look like the ship is shorter. Okay, well, you aim for the middle of the ship anyway, so it doesn't matter the length of the ship. So I don't see why they would do that. And even at that far out, it's just, they had, like I said, I think it was limited success out in I think what they're using in the Atlantic where it's at. I don't think they could use it in the Pacific at all. But I don't think they had that much success with it in certain aspects. So it just puzzles me that why they would do that when there's so many ways that you can track that naval ship, using very low tech means to acquire your target.
Yeah, well, I understand that we're in the speculative world, and so we won't dwell too long, but it's also possible there's the idea of identifying a ship in isolation. However, we also know that several of the unmanned surface vessel attacks took place either near or in the port at Sevastopol. And in that case, you might actually think of it as a target-rich environment. So it might not be a matter of can the drone identify any ship to attack, but it would be Russian speculation, just as it's our speculation as to how sophisticated target selection in the software would be, assuming that there's no direct satellite link, where if there are several ships, how does that targeting computer select which ship to prioritize? And perhaps making a large ship appear to be a shorter ship might lead the targeting computer to make it less of a priority, or to confuse as between the various ships which is high priority. But that is speculation on my part.
Yeah, one thing that kind of goes along that. So does anybody actually know how these these unmanned boats and or torpedo subs, are they guided? Are they actually guided by someone, controlling it at a station? Or do we actually have any kind of inclination of how they're actually guided to their target?
We don't know. Or certainly I don't know. If anybody else has seen, feel free to come up with sources on that. My suspicion is that because that would be a fairly significant, operational security issue, that just the Ukrainians would be very careful about releasing that. So I don't think that we know. But if you'll bear with me one moment, I'm just bringing some speakers up. Okay, well, that's an interesting back and forth. We'll give it a moment just in case our newly added speakers wanted to contribute on this topic. But yeah, so exit, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I get your point about the Pacific Wolverine, but when you're considering this specific environment where Ukraine doesn't have ships operating, the ISR that's up is generally NATO-led, and we don't know exactly how much information is transferring back and forth. A lot of those points that you were talking about are really specific to what NATO's capabilities are, but they aren't necessarily specific to what Ukraine's capabilities are right now, or the OSINT community, which, for whatever reason, Russia does seem to kind of pay attention to what people are putting on Twitter. So it might be as simple as considering what the environment is that those ships specifically are operating in, because it's different than what we would see in the Pacific or elsewhere.
Well, I mean, kind of the point. So even if it is, but the thing is there are still things like literally having a guy on a boat 12 miles out that's all you need sometimes to even see them, and then you can start a track off of them. I mean, I'm not saying that is why I was saying that what was I saying now? Crap, I forgot what I was saying. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Your point about eyeballs on is a fair one. I just think that some of these things are happening in circumstances where there aren't eyeballs on, which is kind of a brave new world, if you know what I mean. So we're going to go to Gurney and then Colonel Jeff. Go ahead, Gurney.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so I don't think that the camouflage is intended to evade the targeting phase. I think you have to think of it in much more upstreams in terms of the collection effort. So it's intended to make the process as labor intensive as possible, whether that's machine learning, whether that's humans, or that's with your sensors, right? So I don't think the intention is there, but the intention is to make the passive collection, the passive surveillance harder. If you can do that and you don't know that it was at point A and went to point B, it takes more manpower and consumption, right? So that's going to put a bottleneck in terms of your overall collection. I think that's what it's intended to do. And again, someone better than I can speak to it. But during the targeting phase here, you're not looking at the thermal properties of that paint. We don't know it. I doubt, though, that it's masking some of the thermal characteristics. So I really doubt that the camouflage is intended to evade actual targeting, that they're using something else for that. But this is intended to make collection efforts at bulk and at scale harder to do. Not impossible, but just to keep changing variables so that you can't automate it, or that it does, to Wolverine's point here, requires actual eyeballs, and that's something that takes a person away from doing something else.
Yeah, it's interesting the tiny bit of tension that exists between making something easier to see to the eye, but potentially by changing it more frequently harder for a machine to learn. But at the rate at which machine learning systems are speeding up, we'll see how long that lasts. How much feedstock of imagery will be necessary to train a new system. It may turn out to be not as much as the Russians expect. Colonel Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for pulling me up, and I was listening intently to the previous space, and I wanted to thank everybody because in about 30 minutes I have to go on TV and talk about cluster munitions. So it was a wealth of knowledge. So I greatly appreciate you guys doing that. But I kind of disagree a little bit with with Gurney. I think it's important to remember that a lot of the newer EO/IR type of weapons, whether they're be targeting ships or targeting aircraft or whatever they're going after, the technology's advanced to the point that it's not just about hitting the asset, right? It's about because hitting it has gotten easy, right? Now it's about maximizing damage. And if hypothetically, and I'm not saying this is right because I don't know much about ship missiles. I know a lot about air missiles, right? But hypothetically, if a ship missile actually can get a good side view of the hull as it's coming in, it most likely would have a library, and it would know where it would want to hit that ship, right? From bow to stern, where on the side of that ship can you maximize damage? Are you going to go after for the armory, right? Are you going to go after the fuel cells? What are the weak points, right? So if you're changing the color from the the bow to the stern, and you have the potential, and again, I'm not saying it's right, I'm just speculating here. It is a theory that you could actually force the EO/IR camera, and when it's trying to calculate what that ship looks like versus its libraries, to confuse it. Will the missile still hit? Probably, but will it be able to maximize the damage? I'm not so sure.
That's an interesting point. Thanks for chipping that in. Exit, go ahead.
Just a quick note to Wolverine and Colonel Jeff. You guys seem to be very quiet when you're speaking, and if you don't mind speaking up just a little, that would be helpful for the rest of us. Thank you.
Is this better?
To my ear, that sounds about the same. I can hear you, but I also have my volume cranked up pretty high because I know that there's some variability in the audio. Cameron, go ahead.
Just 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, so when we're talking about like seekers and seeking out ships, can you guys hear me well? There's a pretty loud fan on.
We hear you, but there is that static in the background.
Okay, let me try and fix that real quick. So sorry about that.
Sure. I'll keep running through quick updates. We'll go back to Cameron in just a second.
Okay, it's ready now. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So when we're talking about infrared seekers and like visual seekers on these missiles, I think it really depends on what generation of missile it is. I can understand what they're trying to do by painting these ships this way. However, when you're talking about like radar return bouncing off the ship and measuring like the ship's length and determining which areas are most vulnerable, if we're looking at something like a naval strike missile or a LRASM or maybe even the modern generation of the Harpoon, I wouldn't see it likely changing where it hits, and I would say there's still probably a pretty big possibility of a hit. They reassess the size of it as they're moving closer to it, and I'm not sure the color of it will change that all that much when it's using a multi-mode seeker. If it was just using a visual seeker, that might be one thing, but you're talking about radar returns, infrared returns, as well as a visual camera. And it's kind of classified how these things exactly work, but I do know that our most modern anti-ship missiles have multi-mode seekers that use multiple different waves, whether that's visual, infrared, or radar. So hopefully it wouldn't really complicate their targeting that much.
Yep. So fair enough. And the wisdom of the Russians doing this depends on all sorts of things, including, is it missiles they're trying to defend against? Is it drones? Is it other threats, including just satellite tracking, so it's harder to follow? Or as Gurney suggested, just trying to increase the sort of cognitive burden on the enemy. So it's not clear, and whether successful or not, ultimately it's happened because the Russians think it will have an effect, not necessarily because it does. And I appreciate when we get on these technical questions, I'm glad we have back and forth. I didn't expect the first point to draw that much out, but that's terrific. So I'll just keep going with a couple of interesting examples. Again, feel free to jump in if you guys have points. I guess I see a hand's gone up. So just before that, I'll go to Jane, and then I'll go through updates. Jane, did you want to go ahead? Oh, actually, sorry, I see Jane may have just disconnected, but we'll bring her up in a minute when she gets back. So I'm now on the third item in the nest. It's a tweet from Bunker Hunter. Now it's in German, but it's I thought it was pretty interesting. You know, you can auto-translate it easily, but if you compare the two images that he's included in his tweet, it's the same area. And what you'll see is that in the first image, it's all farm fields, right, under cultivation. In the second image, you know, so the first image was a little over a year ago. The second image is recently, and you'll see this broad swath where it's just gone consistent green because those fields are no longer under cultivation. And his inference is that that's because this swath, everybody who's local understands it's dangerous because those are the minefields. So it's just another interesting example of using satellite imagery where you can, even to the naked eye, say, oh, wow, okay, change in use of terrain equals change in appearance from the satellite. So, you know, it's interesting that, you know, smaller minefields would still remain hidden. But when it's on this scale, you can actually see the aggregate effect. The fourth item back in the nest is a tweet from Richard Verrecker, who's been doing some graphing using some of the, I think it's the war spotting losses. And if you go through his thread, he's broken it down in several different ways. What caught my attention is that he is graphing the reported losses according to tank type. And you can see that with time, it appears that the T-72, sort of the workhorse models of tanks, appear to be making up a smaller proportion of losses, suggesting that their number may be dwindling, and that in, you know, some of the both the older models and the newer models, the, you know, your T-55s, your T-90s, are slowly making up a greater proportion. And I thought that was, you know, an insightful way to draw some data or some value out of the data. Of course, there is a caution that whether you're dealing with the Oryx results or the war spotting results, you know, they're not 100% accurate. So you still have to take them with a grain of salt. But I appreciated the effort he was working through. The fifth item back in the nest is an example. And again, it's in, I believe, Arabic. But the video that accompanies it is kind of self-explanatory if you watch it. And what really caught my attention was a fairly sophisticated use of OSINT, but also the media presentation of it. And so this is an event, it's a protest that turned violent. I'm not going to comment on the politics of the protest because I'm not aware of all the details. I am highlighting it for the process of presenting it. And so what they've done is gathered a whole bunch of on the ground cell phone footage, I think security camera footage. They have then built a digital model of the building in which the protests occurred. And then they have sort of overlaid a fly through in the digital version, along with whenever they reach the right angle in the digital model to suddenly pop up the cell phone data, which is really interesting. And they've combined several different types of open source work into one model. This is similar to work that I've seen done by the Washington Post for some incidents in Israel. One of those presentations actually won a Pulitzer this year. And I wanted to highlight both the nature of the work, which is good on its own, but also how widespread these tools of OSINT presentation are becoming, which is not to say, oh, I wouldn't expect it in the Middle East or whichever country it is, but just that it seems like these tools are being picked up by sophisticated people all around the world. And I think that in many ways, they can have more impact in some of these countries where there's more regular social disruption than, and where people on the ground who are dealing with it are dealing with local matters. So, in contrast with what's been a little bit more common in our exposure of Western analysts looking at things happening in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia, having people on the ground who have that firsthand experience with it, I think is terrific. I have one more block of updates. They'll just appear in the nest in a moment. Then I'll speak to them. Okay, so they should probably have populated into the nest by now. So the first item is we've spoken about the work being done by Damien Simon before. So it's actually the second item back in the nest. The work being done by Damien Simon to track Chinese naval and air force incursions into the waters around Taiwan, or the air identification zone. And he has been putting them out every month. I'm highlighting this one because he combined them into a 6-month GIF where you can see the tracks accumulate. And I just appreciate the value of a good graphic. The third item back in the nest is actually dropping you guys into the middle of the discussion. Occasionally, I like to show my own amateur-ish OSINT work, partly because I've worked through it myself, so I can speak to it a little bit more directly. But this was a back and forth effort between myself and Radio and Nukes, who is a friend of our space. And it started with a thread. It's a photo of a Wagner fighter who's a leader of one of their groups, who's notorious and has been involved in some high-profile torture incidents and so on. And it was put up by a Wagner researcher who noted, we don't know where this photo was taken. Perhaps a geolocation person could try to figure it out. I didn't find the location, but what I did was somebody had suggested, I think it might be this mountain in South America. And so I then went using an app called Peak Finder and Google Earth. And I set myself up because I saw the similarity of the mountain. And set myself up at an angle to the mountain so that the ridge lines looked as close as possible to what was in the photograph. And then I took screenshots of it and said, it's close, but I'm not sure. Then Radio and Nukes came in and just using some graphic software to sort of increase the transparency of the peak shape, he overlaid it on the photo, and you could see that there were one or two ridges and curves in the actual photo that didn't occur in Peak Finder, suggesting that the mountain that was recommended as a possible target was not the actual mountain in the photo. So even though it's a negative result, it's like a disproof. It doesn't tell us where it was taken. It narrows one suggestion that otherwise sounded quite plausible. The fourth item back in the nest is a tweet from Radio and Nukes, who is one among us who has been collecting satellite imagery. And he most recently got some imagery of the base near Asipovichi, Belarus, where it's believed Russian nuclear weapons may ultimately be stored. We've discussed in the past how Lukashenko has claimed those weapons have been delivered, but there's skepticism among Western analysts because he said they were delivered by air, which analysts think is extremely unlikely. They also had looked at, satellite imagery of the storage site a week or two ago and said that it didn't look like it had been built up sufficiently. But in Radio and Nukes' new imagery, it does look like there's been quite a lot of construction on the ground. So I appreciated his work. Just before going to Hans, last point here is, two more points. Fifth item back in the nest, tweet from Intel Walrus. Some of you may have heard that there have now been 3 incidents of Russian aircraft harassing U.S. drones by doing things like dropping flares and close passes. This is an effort by Intel Walrus, who geolocated the location where one of those, harassments took place in the last few days. So it's always nice to see a good geolocation. And then finally, in this block, 6th item back in the nest, a tweet from our friend Cameron. I didn't get to this Thursday, but I wanted to highlight it. Cameron has been working on collecting information on artillery production capacity. And in particular, he was looking for info on the scale of Turkish capacity. So if anybody has knowledge of that, please do DM him with that info. So I'll go to Hans. Brad, go ahead.
Yeah, so Radio and Nukes and I went back and forth on this a little bit as well. The plant that I came up with was Mongolian oak in my analysis, and we kind of settled on Usurisk. Mongolian oak is like spread throughout Siberia, but heavy concentrations near North Korea and in parts of China in terms of where it occurs naturally. But we kind of settled on Usurisk as an interesting area to be looking at. And in particular, there's a park with some elevation to it, wherein down in the lower elevations, you would see deciduous trees such as this. And if you got into higher, you get into mixed conifer and deciduous trees. Anyway, there's I saw the leaf analysis there. I'm not entirely convinced that one was correct, and I think Mongolian oak could be a good thing to look at in some of those areas. But I'll post maybe in the thread kind of our conversation. But yeah, a lot more work needs to be done there. And I was actually looking for a topographical way of determining that. So what was the name of this tool? Was it Peaks Finder?
Yeah, so it's singular, not plural. It's Peak Finder, all one word, and it's free if you use their web interface. But you can also download a phone app. I think it's $5 or $6 if you. But one other option that is also free that I started experimenting with, Peak Finder is great if you know roughly where you're looking, and it's more detailed. However, if you don't know where you're looking, it's hard to navigate around the space. So instead, I've been using Google Earth set to 3D mode. So you can see it's like a 3D model terrain. It's not as detailed, so it will smooth out some sharp features, which isn't great if you're looking at mountain ridges. But if you have no idea, if you have a broad area to look through and you just want to investigate some possible locations, that's what I was playing with most recently.
Yeah, I do have a specific road and a specific number of trails that I wanted to look at. That the sun's to the west, it appears in the picture. But I'll Peak Finder. I'll look at that and I'll post our. Again, a lot of this stuff is speculative because you don't have a very high resolution image. It's hard to do the fauna analysis, regardless of what tool you're using, and upscaling an image like that is perilous, even though I think in this case it was still effective. But so there's a lot of asterisks on this one still. I'd love to hear if anybody else found a good solution.
Yeah, and I appreciate your input on it, Brad. Maybe what people don't appreciate is the degree of back and forth that happens in this work. And in this case, I just happened to post part of the work. Radio and Nukes carried it forward a bit more. We looked at it together. And it was interesting because the original poster, Jack Margolin, came back in and said, oh, wow, it's really cool to see this workflow. When that's workflow that's happening often. It's just usually it's not being done as publicly.
And it's super fun, by the way.
It is.
As a lay person,
As long as you don't get too frustrated, because for every 10 you attempt, you might solve 2 or 3. So you have to kind of live with that. It can be very challenging. Gurney, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to add to the Peak Finder there. So, it seems like it's performing pretty basic algorithms in the background. Haven't used it in a while. But it usually needs GPS location or to know where you are to get a better match so they can pick, hey, I see this number of peaks and this one's higher than that, right? And it's just doing a differential between them. So just want to point to that and say it's useful, but unless it roughly knows where it is, those same differential guesses are just, 1 in a million shots for looking at an image.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to feed an image into it, you can't just feed the image and say, where is this? Because it would be amazing if you could, but you can't. Because it's too difficult a problem. So you essentially have to say where you are, and then it will do fine adjustment on angle. If your GPS points are slightly off, it will say, oh, well, I mean, there are peaks nearby that are close enough. But we know so little about that particular photo of the Wagner commander that we can't use Peak Finder in that way, unfortunately. Okay, I think that's it for hands. So I'll go into updates. In general, we'll start discussing the offensive. As is often the case, I'll just mention that we're interested in news of the offensive. There are some folks who specialize in this. They do amazing work tracking, minute movements along the front line. We don't tend to get into it at that level, just because it's specialized, and Twitter doesn't really allow us to do super close analysis. However, what I do instead is I share maps. So if you look at the first item in the nest, I put up many of the most reliable maps, but I also put up several of them because they do have differences in their opinion of how things are developing. This week I've included the Institute for the Study of War, War Mapper, a link to Andrew Perpetua's map, and just a reminder that Andrew hosts his YouTube streams Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern and Friday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern for our European friends. And he does that on YouTube with a screen share, so he can move around the map in real time and point things out, which is really how it has to be done if you're doing a detailed breakdown. I've included the Project Owl map, Poulet Volant, geo-confirmed. There's a new map I'm including here this week from an account called Martin, who seems to invest a fair bit in sort of the graphics and unit identification, but he's new to me, and so I haven't sort of evaluated his for accuracy. If you guys have any feedback you'd like to give me on whether it seems like he's doing good work or not, I'd appreciate it. It can be a challenge to keep up with the work of all these folks. I did contact Martin because in his threads, he breaks out the maps into individual sectors. And I said, oh, do you have a link to your overall map? And he said, no, I only prepare it sector by sector graphically. And so there's no single map from him. As a last point on mapping, Defmon, who does great work with maps, had been doing lengthy daily updates on Twitter for months and months until sort of things slowed down over the winter. Put up a note just to remind everybody he is still updating his map, and it is probably one of the most accurate. So the link to Defmon's map is there as well, even though he's not doing his daily updates lately. Okay, I see we have a new speaker. Ian, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, everybody complains about the US giving cluster bombs to Ukraine, but you've got to remember they're not the same as cluster bombs from the Russians. They're just, drop them on the floor, forget. Ours were designed to be dropped on, shall we say, trucks, any sort of armored vehicle, and if they don't, go off and hit an armored vehicle, they explode within 10 minutes. So they're not going to be left on the floor to kill children, all that sort of stuff. They weren't designed that way.
So Ian, that's a fair point. I know that there are several different models of cluster munitions. I do have some material with a lot more specifics about them that we'll come to in a moment in our updates. So maybe we'll have a brief back and forth now, but then I'll ask you in the back and forth to hold it for about 5 minutes.
Thanks.
And you're welcome. In that some models have time fuses, others don't, and there are different failure modes. But we can get into that in a moment. But Colby, if you want to come in for a second.
I can wait if you want to defer this until we get to that topic.
Sure.
I was going to say the same thing, that it's not true that all of them have self-destruct. Some do, some don't.
Right, and we now know specifically which model is being provided, so we will get into that in a few minutes. So I appreciate your guys' patience. So running through updates on the offensive, just at a general level, in that movement along the front line, the territorial control is changing. It's changing gradually at this point. So when there are significant territorial swings, we'll highlight those. The second item in the nest is just to highlight one of the main areas that Ukraine is making progress are the flanks to the north and the south of Bakhmut. So this is a tweet by Emil Castellemi. He is a new group that's doing analysis called the Blackbird Group. And they do, pretty solid threads with satellites and maps, satellite images and maps that show the weaknesses. And so their last two have both been about Bakhmut, this one just from yesterday. And that sort of highlights the political pressure Russia is under to hold Bakhmut, but that it seems like Ukraine is making great progress. One other area that has caught a lot of attention, we've discussed it recently, it's the third item back in the nest. This one has a graphic of the, I'll call it bridgehead, or just across the river in the Kherson region. I believe it's just north of the town of Oleshki. And when last we discussed it, the Russians had apparently struck the bridge itself, the Antonovsky Bridge, on the belief that some Ukrainians were sheltering near it or under it with an Iskander missile that dropped one of the spans. But reports were that the Ukrainian forces had dispersed along the coast somewhat, and that they were continuing to sort of hold their toehold on that side. I'm not hearing about any massive breakthroughs, but that fighting continues there. This particular map I'll take with a grain of salt. I don't know if we know it at that level of detail, but I thought it was helpful as an illustration. Of course, there are advances along the line elsewhere, but I'll leave that to the maps for you to dig into. The fourth item back in the nest is just a reminder that there are still lots of deep strikes ongoing. Many of these strikes lately have been against ammunition accumulation points. In speaking with Michael Kaufman last week, he made the point that almost any strike that hits an ammo accumulation is referred to as an ammunition dump or ammunition depot, which he said isn't the case, but for simplicity, I'll probably still use those terms, which just goes essentially to quantity, and that we can't always evaluate just from the cell phone footage, but that these strikes are still happening in several locations. They're happening almost every night. So I want to highlight that work at undermining Russian logistics is continuing, and that is of a piece with the strikes against the rail lines that we've highlighted in the last week or so. The fifth item back in the nest is a tweet from Operator Starsky, but it is passing along a graphic developed by UA War Infographics. This includes the Ukrainians' claims of total territory retaken, which in the graphic they say is essentially 160 square kilometers in the southern front and about 13 square kilometers on the eastern front, effectively around Bakhmut. Part of the reason I wanted to highlight this one was the claims they make here that in the southern direction, the ratio of Ukrainian to Russian losses is 5.3 times higher for the Russians, and around Bakhmut, that it is 8.7 times higher for the Russians. Now, I highlight these claims when they're made because I think they're worth considering, but a reminder that it's very hard to prove these claims, and that lots of Western analysts have expressed skepticism particularly at the higher claims, the 8 to 10 times. But I thought I would follow this up because Ukrainian General Syrskyi made a claim that Russian losses were 8 to 10 times higher last week, and seeing it broken down southern front versus eastern front, it's interesting that the Ukrainians are getting to that level of granularity. In terms of tallying up the effects of the offensive, we have two more points here. So the sixth item back in the nest is an accumulated set of data on losses put together by War Spotting. Because Oryx is going to be winding up his activities apparently by October, I know several of the people who worked with Oryx had been working sort of but working with both groups, War Spotting and Oryx. And it seems like War Spotting will probably take up the mantle. as Oryx moves on to other things. So their data is there for you. And then the seventh item back in the nest is our friend Nalcio, who drops in from time to time. I think he was here earlier. And while the war spotting data was just for the month of June, this work by Nalcio is cumulative since the beginning of the offensive. And so it starts a little bit later, but it is also runs up to more recently. And it seems like Nalcio is going to keep updating this offensive sub-tally as well. Okay, if you bear with me, I'm just going to put a few more resources up in the nest. Exit, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. So I'll just take a quick moment to do some housekeeping. And before I do that, I will note that there seems to be some Twitter bugs floating around today. And so if you have requested to come up as speaker and suddenly been dropped or things like that, it's probably not us. It seems like there's some bugs going. So just beware that you may have to try more than once. If you've never been to the space before, but you'd like to share out the space to your followers and bring other people in to hear the conversation we're having today, go down to the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. You'll see that purple button with the 14 in it. If you click that, it'll take you to the space tweet, and you can tweet that out, retweet it, and you'll be able to bring others into the conversation. If you want to come up and speak to us, on the bottom left hand of your screen is that little mic button. Hit that and it'll send a request to us, and we'll take a look and see if we can get you up. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks for that. So this next section is a little bit eclectic. It's a collection of items regarding Ukrainian infrastructure for the most part, which is how I'm lumping together the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the Kakova Dam, and some other items. So we're going to cover infrastructure, we're going to cover Wagner, then we'll get into equipment, where we'll speak about the cluster munitions, just so you guys have a bit of a timeline. So on Thursday night, we looked at the satellite imagery. So Ukraine, Zelensky and several Ukrainian officials had come out for the several days in advance of June 5th, saying that Russia has been mining the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. And then there were specific claims that they believed that there was going to be an incident at the plant on July the 5th. No incident occurred. That following day, there was some satellite imagery that came out that showed some new objects that appeared on the roof of reactor 4. But it wasn't clear what those objects were. There were, I believe, 4 or 5 of them. But it was a little bit muddled because one satellite pass on the same day did not see them. Then a second satellite pass did detect them. And it's, the suggestion has been that since we can't tell what they are, they're probably transient. It may just be reflections of some metal work on the roof. Although it is odd that it's not a phenomenon that has been detected before. The first item in the nest is a tweet from Dr. Jeff Lewis, who is a specialist in arms control and sort of nuclear matters. And he just makes the note that, well, even if those were an issue, the items pictured on the roof are on the roof of the turbine hall, which if detonated, if they are even explosives, if detonated, wouldn't actually affect the reactor itself. So it's helpful to keep that kind of a point in mind. There were some great threads put up about the difficulty in breaching the reactor and the safety controls that we discussed in the past. However, second item back in the nest is that even though nothing happened on July the 5th, the Ukrainian military intelligence is coming out and repeating and saying that not only is it an issue, but that Russia is continuing to mine. The implication I take from this is that Russia is adding additional explosives, although where those are being added is not clear. We discussed on Thursday that the IAEA inspected parts of the plant and made a statement that they had not detected any weapons threat to the plant. but they did note that they couldn't get access to all portions of it. And so essentially the situation isn't clear. I'm just letting you know that Ukraine is continuing to insist that this is an ongoing problem and potentially getting worse. Others who are trying to detect it and find evidence of it have at best found uncertain evidence or mixed, evidence of something that we can't understand. And the only people who have access to the interior, the IAEA, hasn't seen anything yet, but doesn't have full access. So that appears to be the state of things. Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing about this, obviously, worst case, just outrageous and something that I think none of us want to see. But this is something that the Russians can really game everybody on because, as you said, the SAT passes are not getting anything really clear about what's on top of the, on top of those 2 units. And, when Rosatom, I believe, told all of their Ukrainian employees, go home and don't come back. There's lots of messaging going on here that could be taken as really going in the wrong direction, but at the same time, and they're letting the IAEA see part of the plant, but not all of it. I think there's a lot of messaging going on here and a lot of scary messaging, to be honest with you, a lot of threatening messaging. And that may just be Vladimir Putin and what's going on in Russia right now. But it's a very interesting situation, and I think it's difficult to really have a good take on the entire problem. But one that needs to be watched with great caution. And let's hope no one oversteps.
Well, that's absolutely true. Exit. Go ahead.
I just put up in the nest a tweet from the ISW from July 7th, just because it happened to be the first one that I could find from a reliable source. But on July 7th, the IAEA, man, I screw that acronym up a lot. They reported that they were actually given more access to the nuclear plant, and they still hadn't specifically seen more evidence of weapons distribution there. They did note that they haven't been able to get to the roofs, but they had more access than they had before, and I would say that's possibly more reassuring than some of the other messaging we've seen.
And just as a reminder, a lot of these are developing stories because we do these spaces so regularly. I can't carry all the material forward. And so we often have sources to all of these statements. Like last week, we had links to the IAEA statement. We had links to the Ukrainian statements. Like we're getting the original sources. We're discussing them now without sources because we have discussed them with before. You can always look on my profile and sort of search back for the discussions that we've had in recent days and go through the agendas there. Because I always try to go as close as I can to the original or official statements. So continuing along on the infrastructure general theme, the fourth item back in the nest, these are 2 points about the Kerch Bridge. Again, these are both speculation, but I think interesting to at least mention. The fourth item back this morning, the Russian appointed governor of Crimea, right, air quotes, governor, made a statement saying that a cruise missile had been shot down that apparently was intended or aimed at the Kerch Bridge. Now, I'm skeptical of this. There was video that came out around the same time, apparently of an air defense system firing its missiles, but it's not clear what it was shooting at, whether there was any incoming missile for the Kersh Bridge. And so, it's this is one of those ones I bring up to put on your radar. If wreckage of a missile body is found, then it would be interesting if another attempt were being made on the bridge. Why Russia would claim there was an attempt at this time, I don't know. So I'm just putting it out there as it's something that happened this morning, and perhaps we should keep our eyes on. The fifth item back in the nest, also on the Kersh Bridge, but going back to past matters, Deputy Defense Minister Hannah Maliar, who makes many of the statements for the ministry, put out a timeline in honor of 500 days having passed since the beginning of the invasion. One of the events that she put up, and now it was in Ukrainian, translated to English, said essentially, we attacked the Kersh Bridge. There had never been an official claim by the Ukrainians, as far as I know. The sort of settled position, including in the geo-confirmed thread I shared at the beginning today, is that it was a truck bomb that was used to attack the bridge, but attribution of who delivered that truck bomb has never been conclusive. I will note that in Maliar's statements, she doesn't state how they did it, and possibly because of the translation issue, it's not clear if she's saying we Ukraine did it, or sort of more a more neutral it was attacked. But many people, certainly in English language media, are treating it as a claim of responsibility for that attack. Kitty, go ahead.
Yeah, I looked at that telegram that she had put out in the interpretation, and it really did not look like anything like an admission, and it was as vague as what you just said. So I'm not sure when he says that she admits it, how correct that is.
Right, which is fair, and that's why I put the context around it, where I go and read the original tweet or the original Telegram post, as opposed to just reading the English headlines. Now, many people, admission by the Ukrainians or not, many people who have looked at it believe that it was a Ukrainian effort and that a truck bomb was used. But the evidence doesn't appear to be completely definitive, and this statement many will take as an admission. We'll see whether it raises enough controversy that Maliar may come out with a clarification, which would be interesting. The final point in this block, and I included under the broad context of infrastructure, is there were claims at the time of the Wagner revolt that along the route being passed by the Wagner column as it was driving toward Moscow, near Voronezh is a site where there is Russian nuclear weapon storage. Most of you probably would have been familiar with the claims by some accounts, without any real evidence, that the the Wagner forces entered the Voronezh site or attempted to enter the Voronezh site. The tweet that I've put up, it's now the sixth back by Pavel Podvig, handle Russian forces. He studies Russian nuclear matters closely, and paying attention to it, he said, well, I mean, if nuclear weapons were taken, or if there was a significant threat to them, you'd think that they would be having massive snap training sessions. But apparently in the last week, they had a training session for their cooks, and then they had sort of an official visit, like a parade visit, that may be sort of just a check-in on, hey, what happened? How did you guys act when the convoy was, active? Like, did you take the necessary steps? And Podvig's interpretation of it is that this is more like routine checkup training, and not what you would expect to see if there were a significant breach of their security procedures. So I just take that as additional context that there was no real threat to that site. Okay, in terms of updates, I'm going to move on to some Wagner updates. I have 3 blocks of these. Hopefully we'll get through them in 10 or 15 minutes. Then we'll move on to
Mr. Bond, did your sound cut? It kind of seems like it. Well, that's fun. I'm sure he'll be back in just a second. Of course, he caught me when I had just put a piece of food in my mouth. My apologies, everybody. So again, the one thing I didn't mention is that every one of the resources that Mr. Bond puts up in the nest will get shared down to the replies. So again, that button that is down on your bottom right-hand corner, the purple button, if you go to that tweet, like later in the week, you want to go back and find something that we've been talking about, you'll see all the resources will be shared underneath that tweet, and you'll be able to find them all there. And I believe Mr. Bond will be back in just one second. If you're new here, you may not know, he runs Twitter Spaces on an emulator, and sometimes it crashes. It's been especially cranky this week for some reason.
Yeah, I'm back. So I apologize for that, guys. Yeah, it's the emulator. Twitter had an update last week, and it appears to have generated some instability. So hopefully that won't happen again. I will take a moment just to continue putting up the material for the Wagner section, if you will just bear with me. So the first of these items that should appear in the nest in just a moment. The first 2 both relate to photos that came out of the Russian raid on Prigozhin's home. And the first of them, I didn't actually see these in any of the initial coverage of it, appears to be a framed document that the text of which purports to be the founding document for Wagner, like the initial agreement among the participants. So this was, so I see it's just populating in the nest at the moment. Hopefully it will come up in a second. So it's a tweet by Jack Margolin. And apparently it has terms that, says things like, you won't go against Vladimir Putin, you'll be loyal to our organization. So it's populated now. We will provide you with guarantees that you will not be prosecuted for any breach of Russian laws for activities you undertake with us. And it will be the commander's responsibility to essentially recruit and screen members. And so Jack does highlight that again, these are photos coming out from the raid of Prigozhin's home that was carried out by the Kremlin. When we noted it on Thursday, we discussed the fact that the Kremlin may have incentive to portray Prigozhin in a negative light with these pictures. So it's not certain this is actually the founding document of Wagner. But if it is, then it's particularly interesting. Okay, I saw hands go up and down, so I'll just keep going. The second item back in the nest also comes from photos of his home. Chris O has now worked through an analysis of the medals that Prigozhin had on his dress uniform. And he notes that many of those medals were given to Prigozhin apparently contrary to the terms. Like, many of them are for senior members of the Russian armed forces, which Prigozhin is not. But I guess all kinds of exceptions have been made in order to make him one of the most awarded people in Russia. So if you're interested in what awards are pictured there and some of the criteria for their being awarded, have a read through that thread. The third item back in the nest is linking to an article from the German newspaper Tagesschau. Hopefully I got that right. And the claim is that apparently the German intelligence service was tapped into the phone communication between Lukashenko and Prigozhin, which is a bit of a bombshell. I don't know how that information leaked out to the German media, but that's the claim. And, you know, my understanding is that no particularly valuable details have leaked out from what the Germans may have overheard. But just the fact that they had access to it is interesting. I'm assuming that the information that they had access unintentionally leaked, as I would imagine that is a source that you would not want to, disclose without some policy goal. The fourth item back in the nest is from Business Insider magazine. And apparently they were contacted, I believe, by hackers who managed to obtain 10 years of data on Prigozhin's private calendar, which is particularly interesting as it yields lots of insight into who he was meeting with and therefore working with closely. Related to that, the fifth item back in the nest is after that news of the calendar leak broke, Eric Toller of Bellingcat, who's one of their top investigators, noted, well, Bellingcat, we obtained several years worth of his phone records. So now, but this was 3 years ago. So there are 10 years of calendar information and several years of phone information, but only up to 3 years ago. And he's suggesting, wow, it might be pretty interesting to look at who he met and then who he was phoning around the times of those meetings to cross-reference the data sets. So I thought that was a particularly insightful point. Okay, just bear with me. I'm going to put up the next block of Wagner documents. I appreciate that a lot of these are essentially, news updates, and that many of them are linking away to other lengthy stories and sources. But essentially what I'm hoping to do is find the interesting elements and then so that you don't miss them and that you can take them away to read at your convenience. Just while I'm doing this, I'll also just say to my co-hosts, if one of you wouldn't mind starting to delete some of the items from the nest, because I know I tend to load it up pretty heavily with content and I don't want it to slow the space down too much. Would appreciate that. Kitty, yeah, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, this 10 years of Prigozhin's private calendar is so intriguing, and I was just trying to. It's the first I'd seen it. I'm trying to zip through their article to get anything juicy. They are listing a few of the individuals who he was in contact with and very close to Putin. But if anybody else has seen something juicy in there, it would be really fun to hear about it.
I suspect that there will continue to be leaks or stories that develop as people make connections from that leaked data.
So, and I'm sorry, could you bring me back in, co-host?
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't see that. Yep, 1 second. Okay, so continuing on with the Wagner updates, the first item in the nest, I'm highlighting this because it's a graphical accumulation of what's known about Prigozhin's flight tracks. Now, these are his planes. He's not necessarily on these planes. I like this because I have been reporting them individually in the last 3 or 4 spaces, but having it all cumulatively it makes it easier to understand. I'll note, if you watch it, that there's one point where one flight originates from St. Petersburg and goes to Minsk. Then immediately another flight originates from St. Petersburg and goes down to Moscow. And it had people in the comments saying, how is that? Did the plane time travel? Because how did it go to Minsk? And then it didn't depart from Minsk again. It then departed from St. Petersburg. It's because there were 2 planes. And if you look back in the material from previous shows that we've done, I've included the specific flight tracks, and there's also info about the ID and registration numbers of Prigozhin's planes. So if you're a flight tracker, you can find the details there. If I can find it, I put up a reply to somebody essentially saying, hey, here's more info on the flight tracks. I'll add it to the nest. I just don't have it immediately handy.
Good question. How many planes does he actually own?
You know, that's a great question. The only ones that I've seen people tracking are the two that are accumulated here. Might he own others? He may. I don't know. He has also been photographed, particularly within Russia, getting in and out of helicopters several times in the last few days. And so those two airplanes are not his only means of transport. And whenever you see a plane moving, it doesn't necessarily mean that Prigozhin is on it. People have also suggested that, there were suggestions in the Western media that threats may have been made against his family. Some people had suggested some of those planes may have been moving separately because they were moving family or friends of his. But again, that's not certain.
Does he own troop transports as well, as in, heavy lift aircraft?
So, Mr. Bond, I think you need to just reset there, or do you want to try again?
I said, does he own troop transports as well?
So, and anybody's welcome to correct me because I don't concentrate on this, but my understanding is that for the most part, Wagner doesn't own any troop transports. They rely on the Russian Air Force to provide most of their flights. They do have some pilots that are specifically Wagner, but they don't specifically have like actual planes that are theirs.
That's my understanding as well. There was an interview that was published in the Russian newspaper Medusa with an unnamed Russian official who said his understanding is that Wagner is not going to be provided with heavy lift aircraft by Russia anymore. However, that interviewee thought that Belarus may make some of its cargo planes available for Wagner use. Whether that comes to pass, I don't know. There were also reports, I can't remember if it was the account here on Twitter, Gerjan, who's one of the very detailed flight trackers, but somebody noted an increase in cargo flights to airfields in Africa that were understood to be heavily used by Wagner, and they weren't Russian cargo planes. They were like commercial cargo planes. So that may have been the first indication that sort of commercial arrangements are being increasingly relied on by Wagner. And again, sorry for that reset. But anyway, that first item in the nest is the track of Prigozhin's flight tracks. The second item in the nest, I only bring up because it was a claim that there was a video that was supposed to be a column of Wagner fighters and equipment moving to Belarus. I highlight this one only because I invested some time into it. There isn't a lot in the background to aid in geolocation. What I attempted to do was to look at the mix of vehicles in the column, because there are lots of them parked along the side of the road. So you can see the order of, heavy transporter, tanker truck, pickup truck, right? And you look at that kind of mix of vehicles. And then I looked back at other videos, because there were at least half a dozen civilian videos that came out from Russia of the Wagner column advancing toward Moscow. And I attempted to see whether it was possible to look and say, oh, well, the video that claims to be on the way to Belarus actually matches the vehicle composition or rough order of the Wagner column heading to Moscow, on the belief it may be an old video. And while I found 2 or 3 vehicles that were definitely identical, it's not enough to say that it's definitely the same column. On the assumption it may be the same column, the vehicles appear to have shifted order so much that I don't think I can build a convincing case, but I just wanted to highlight the claim is out there of them heading to Belarus, but no one has seen their arrival, and it's believed this video is probably old footage. The third item back in the nest is a video from the BBC. Rather unexpectedly, you'd think that a camp to be used for Wagner in Belarus would be kept highly secret, which is not the case. Belarus invited a whole bunch of media outlets to come and tour the camp just as its construction is being finished. I have no idea what their motivation for this is. I don't know whether this is them flagging and saying, oh, look, Wagner is definitely being exiled to Belarus. Everything's been set up for their arrival. However, when the media is there, it's completely empty, and there is not yet any sign of Wagner having arrived. Although the footage is interesting because it gives you insight into how the camp is composed. Although we had discussed in previous sessions, there's lots of good satellite imagery of that camp already. The fourth item back in the nest, and I've included this with Wagner, the Wagner theme as part of the fallout of the revolt. And given there were claims that Prigozhin's goal was to have Shoigu and Gerasimov removed from their roles, all evidence so far suggests that Shoigu is continuing in his role. He's been seen at several official functions, including meeting with Putin. However, Gerasimov has not been as visible. In the last day or so, there have been several claims in Western media, particularly an article in the Guardian newspaper, that Gerasimov has been removed and replaced with Teplinsky, who I believe is one of the airborne commanders. However, so this fourth tweet back in the nest appears to be the original claim that Gerasimov is out and Teplinsky is in. But you can see in that claim, it's a claim that Gerasimov is unofficially out, as in he remains essentially chief of staff, but he's no longer in charge of ground operations, and that Teplinsky is in. This is coming from Rybar, which is one of the big Russian military bloggers. As far as I know, it's only Rybar and perhaps one or two other bloggers who are making this claim. It's funny to look at the game of telephone, where it appeared to take almost 2 weeks to go from Rybar to more traditional Russian media, then picked up by English language media. And by the time it gets to English language media, it's an unofficial change. It's that Gerasimov is out, and they just attribute it to, Russian analyst sources. But when you know what the sources are, you know that they're not, they may have their own biases for political reasons, and you probably shouldn't rely on their claims solely. So I just wanted to highlight that chain of, if you hear that Gerasimov is out, it's probably coming from this claim by Rybar about 2 weeks ago. Okay, one more block of Wagner materials. Just bear with me, because every time I have to reset, I have to scroll down in the agenda to get to my spot. So I appreciate your patience. Okay, so this next block of updates is about Wagner operations in Africa. The first of which should appear in just a moment, is an interview that was conducted by a Russian mill blogger with a senior commander of Wagner. And in that interview, the Wagner commander is suggesting that a lot of the more experienced Wagner fighters are taking essentially some time off, and that they just haven't focused themselves on their next move yet. And he said it will be a week or two before that begins to happen, that he believes many of them will move initially to Belarus, but probably proceed from there on to efforts in Africa. So it's interesting to hear it from a senior commander that they do appear to intend to make this move through Belarus, but just that we don't see evidence of it happening yet. So there is a link to the Telegram interview. The second item back in the nest is a Reuters article. There had been some debate in the last few days about whether Wagner fighters in the Central African Republic who were noted to be in transit, whether they were being withdrawn from the country, suggesting Wagner would be decreasing its role there. However, on Thursday when we discussed it, I saw some sort of expert analysts saying it's the rainy season in the Central African Republic. Economic activity goes down. It's not uncommon for Wagner to move its forces around in this season. And so this Reuters article just cites officials in the government, I believe, of the Central African Republic, saying that any Wagner movement is just rotation and not departure, which confirms the experts I referred to earlier who suggested it was a seasonal change. The third item back in the nest is a link to an article in the Middle East Eye newspaper. And in this article, the journalist interviews some Wagner staff who are noting that Putin may be having trouble taking full command of Wagner. And these inside sources are suggesting it will probably take at least a year in order for the Kremlin to exert full control over Wagner operations. And also that some elements within Wagner who had more nationalist or far right-wing sentiments have actually already dropped out of Wagner because they don't want the association with the Russian Ministry of Defense. The fourth item back in the nest is an article from
the last one.
Yes.
When we're talking about how your last comment, how do you think the Chechens are going to react to that?
How do the Chechens react to the Kremlin asserting control over Wagner?
Yeah. Do you think they'll think they're going to be Kremlin bitches, or do you think they're going to carry on and think they'll be able to just carry on being themselves? Because obviously Wagner's helped the Kremlin over many years, as have the Chechens. Do you think they'll be how will they react to that?
So some thoughtful analysts have suggested that one of the primary motivations for the revolt in the first place was due to the increasing tension between Prigozhin and the Russian Ministry of Defense. It seemed like the new requirement that private military companies must sign contracts to be directly under the command structure of the Ministry of Defense, that may have been kind of the last straw from Prigozhin's point, because he saw that as losing his latitude, for his own planning for his own purposes, and that the revolt was intended to catch Putin's attention to try to force Putin to address and choose sides. I don't know those were the only motivations. However,
but let's be fair. The Russian military's command structure has been pretty shit. Prigozhin has been right. When he said that they have no skills, they have no idea what they're doing.
Prigozhin's argument is plausible from sort of a Western analyst perspective. Of course, Prigozhin has his own incentives other than simple battlefield efficacy, the control of resources and so on, and sort of political standing that also motivated him. So that requirement for private military companies to sign contracts appeared to have been a power play by Shoigu as against Prigozhin. The Chechens, as I understand it, a few days after the announcement of this new requirement, their private military elements did sign the contract with the Ministry of Defense. Now, whether they'll ultimately stick to that contract or whether they'll try to amend the terms retroactively for their own interests. Who knows? But some appear to have taken that not so much as the Chechens keen to be more directly under the Ministry of Defense, but as a signal that the Chechens were siding with the Ministry of Defense as against Wagner, because Kadyrov and Prigozhin had been sometimes allies and sometimes enemies. And it seems like at the moment they're certainly in the enemy camp. After the revolt, Kadyrov continued to release press statements for several days, essentially saying how thoroughly his forces would have defeated the Wagner forces if it had essentially come to fighting in and around Moscow. So
definitely interesting, though.
Oh, it is. But it seems like for the time being, they're happy to signal coordination with the efforts of the Ministry of Defense. Jane, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, I'm curious. This is sort of just thinking forward, but if I was listening to what you said about Putin's expectation to exert full control over Wagner within a year, and I'm thinking, is that a realistic statement, or Putin just hoping to heck he can soft land what has gotten quite out of control publicly, and I think has made him look very weak. I just don't see how it is the Wagner is going to get all of its people willing to be under the MOD. And I mean, they're very loyal to Prigozhin, and I don't think Prigozhin's going to want to give up that power willingly. And this whole arrangement about them being in Belarus, and, I'd love it if OPSEC were here. I have this, it is just sort of a sense that they would be better off in Africa. They surely would be more able to control their own operations and split off from Putin's control entirely. And I don't know if that's just me or there's just something wrong about this entire narrative we're hearing about the way things are supposedly coming down so reasonably and peacefully, and we're building camps, but nobody's showing up in Belarus, And I'm curious to know if anybody else has thoughts about where they think this is headed. It just doesn't add up to me.
Well, there was a press conference with U.S. officials. I think it might have been National Security Advisor Sullivan. When asked, does the U.S. know what the deal between Wagner and the Kremlin is? Do they believe the deal is being adhered to? And the answer, I don't know if it was Sullivan or perhaps Kirby, came out and said they have no idea, that it's all very uncertain. And what I would say is that we have heard what the supposed plan is in terms of exile to Belarus, but that has primarily come from Peskov as spokesman for the Kremlin and a few comments from Lukashenko. However, we've seen a camp built, but no one occupying it. Essentially, in most of these instances, we haven't seen the rubber meet the road to see that the plan that has been outlined is being complied with. Most of the analysis that we've seen suggests that Wagner control of elements in Ukraine is particularly being cracked down on. And there were claims that Wagner heavy equipment was being turned over. But what comes next, both for Prigozhin personally and for his closer set of commanders, whether they actually wind up in Belarus or they quickly move to Africa, or there's some effort at reconciliation, as has been speculated on, based on the fact that Prigozhin appears to be at liberty within Russia to move around, and the fact that Prigozhin had apparently a large amount of cash and property that had been seized in raids of his home and headquarters returned to him. So it certainly seems like he is not being cracked down on in the way you would expect of a traitor. But there seems to be quite a show of steps being taken to support the plan of exile to Belarus. It just hasn't actually had anybody make the moves yet. Go ahead, Jane.
Just one follow there.
So Ian, we are just going to go with hands because that way we don't run into speaker collision. So we're going to go to Jane, and then you can go ahead.
I guess the thing I wonder, and I cannot believe Prigozhin has not stashed a fair amount of money that he controls overseas. And while the Kremlin was, in theory, controlling his operations or at least minding the store, I cannot believe he hasn't stashed some money, and there are not people within Africa that are willing to support him. It just like I said, there's a lot of kabuki dancing going on here. It'll be interesting to see where this lands, but yeah, there's money behind Prigozhin that he controls. At least that's my sense of things. And it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out. But for Putin to say, I'll have everything under control in a year, no worries, that just struck me as very, very, I don't know. It just struck me as very, very empty. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. My thoughts are a little different. I thought that what they need is the skills from every person in the Russian army. They have no skills. These guys have been dragged off the streets. They've been dragged out of college. They've been dragged out of prison. But they have no skills. But, as a professional army, Prigozhin's guys are professionals, and they're trained. They know how to shoot, know how to snipe. They've been trained very well and paid very well. So they have the skills that the Russian army needs desperately today.
Which is an element of it. And it sounds, I have seen reports, unfortunately, I don't have the source at hand to make it available. I've seen reports that it sounds like the senior leadership of Wagner is sort of as a group leaning toward being loyal to Prigozhin, as opposed to opting to sign up with the Ministry of Defense. I've seen some analysis suggesting that many of the folks who joined Wagner did so from Russian military units, in many cases because they were dissatisfied with their experience in the Russian military, or they found the elements of sort of freedom and reward available to them through Wagner more promising. And so Russia may need them, but whether they can obtain them is a different question. I'll just make one last point about Wagner in sort of Middle East and Africa, then we'll go to our last hand here. The fourth item back in the nest is a report from Reuters about as the Wagner revolt was unfolding. Apparently, Syrian authorities took quick action against, to secure the cooperation of Wagner forces in Syria. And apparently they blocked phone lines, and they immediately called in Wagner commanders, and in order to induce them or compel them to sign contracts with the Russian Ministry of Defense. So it's almost interesting as a contrast how quickly the Syrian authorities appeared to move to handle Wagner forces, in contrast with how slowly or not at all the Russian forces reacted. Okay, John, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, just over the last couple of days, I've been looking at some of what Wagner's been up to in Africa, and it's a lucrative business for them. They're doing sort of security work. They're doing all this kind of sketchy stuff where, according to African news media, they're committing, war crimes and executing people and all that. But it's hard to say what's going to happen because all of this seems very unusual for what people expect of Russia. But I would just imagine that, Wagner controls gold mines, diamond mines, and other sort of precious mineral mines in Africa. And I just can't see a scenario where the Russian government will just allow them to operate independently of the Russian government. Because, Putin admitted, I don't know, what was it, a week ago or so, that they'd given Wagner billions of dollars over the years. So from the perspective of the Russian government, they invested all this money and, personnel from the Russian military essentially staffed Wagner. And I just can't see a situation where they would just allow them to break off from the Russian government and operate independently in Africa, where all of the moves made by Wagner are in the geopolitical interests of the Russian state. I just don't see a scenario where that's possible.
I hear you. I expect the idea is that it would continue to be a loose association to the extent that it has been a loose association through alignment of the motives of Prigozhin and the Kremlin. They had been aligned more directly in interest. Whether Prigozhin remains involved or not, we can set aside. But I think the idea is that if Wagner continues as an independent force in Africa, there will have to be a new structure for alignment of interests, whether that's a newly specified arrangement with Prigozhin that we probably will never get details of, or whether they assert control by somehow winning over the senior commanders below Prigozhin. I don't know. So we're all just kind of watching from the outside, but I'm glad that there are some folks, whether on the ground in Africa, the folks at Middle East Eye, and Western analysts who focus on Wagner, whether that be the All Eyes on Wagner project or Jack Margolin's group. Those are the people I'm looking to for updates. Okay, so I'll move on to the next topic, which is beginning to discuss Ukrainian equipment updates. And the first block is the DPICMs, the cluster munitions. So for those of you who wanted to discuss this and were patient, 30 or 40 minutes ago, here we are. Just to run through the resources before we start any discussion. Again, these are fairly dense, so I won't be able to go into all the detail contained in these items. But the first post in the nest is a thread from Mike Black, who is former U.S. Air Force and continues to work in some sort of a munitions-related field. He has put up a significant number of resources. He's presenting it neutrally. He's essentially saying, look, I'm not making a comment on whether these munitions should or should not be provided. But he's a fairly sophisticated person technically, and so he's provided several resources, including newspaper articles, New York Times and so on, but also excerpts from some technical manuals around the specific munitions that will be provided in order to get more of a realistic sense of how they work and what dud rates may be like. So it looked to me like a thoughtful thread, which is why I've shared it here. The second item in the nest, while the first is focused on how they work and failure rates and so on, the second item in the nest includes some excerpts on the efficacy of these specific cluster munitions. So it's a study that was done by, I believe, the Norwegians, I think, or was it the Danes? But in any event, so this tweet is by Emil Kotlarski, who is an editor with Jane's Weapons Systems. So, a fairly knowledgeable guy. And it goes through a bunch of excerpts from this one Nordic report on the efficacy of cluster munitions. So if you'd like a source that speaks to that, there it is. The third item back in the nest speaks to some allies of Ukraine who have spoken up in opposition to the decision to provide cluster munitions. Now, I'm not presenting these because it's not my objection, but to the extent that it may create some friction within the group of allies, I think it's worth discussing. And so both Spain and the United Kingdom have come out in opposition to the use of these. There have been plenty of counter arguments essentially saying that Spain and the United Kingdom are in the comfortable position where they're not likely to be an existential threat. And there are lots of good reasons for the use of these weapons by Ukraine. But I wanted to point out the diplomatic tension. And so if you search for the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's comments, you can find them directly. I just didn't want to break out his comments directly and the Spanish Prime Minister's comments directly. The fourth item back in the nest is a tweet from Ukrainian Defense Minister Alexei Reznikov, who, in light of the controversy or criticism around these munitions, has come out and made 5 pledges around their use. And the most relevant ones include that they will not be using these cluster munitions against essentially populated areas. My understanding of that is to mean they'll be used as against Russian positions, and not in urban settings where it would be more difficult to demine, or that there would be more likely to be a civilian population around, close to the time when they're used. He also pledges to keep a log of where the munitions are used in order to aid future demining efforts. And then finally, to try, to study the failure rates of the munitions and to provide reports on those failure rates to their allies. So it seems like the Ukrainians are aware of the concerns. And I also understand from I think it was that first tweet I noted by Mike Black, the first item in the nest, that there were several recommendations made by the United States. I can't remember if it was the Air Force or the General Accounting Office, that after the use of cluster munitions in some of the Gulf campaigns, there were recommendations on the best practices connected with their use. And it seems like those best practices have informed the Ukrainian pledges. Just before going to hands, let me see here. There are 2 more items I wanted to highlight. So the 5th item back in the nest is a map that was developed based on the expected range of the artillery launched versions of these munitions, which are the only ones being provided at the moment. Now, I haven't checked whether the map is entirely accurate, but the concept I appreciated, which was to say, if you had your guns between 7 and 10 kilometers from the current front line, given the known range of the artillery, which is about 30 kilometers, how much of the current Russian fortifications would be within range? And so that's how the concept of the map. And I appreciated the concept. So it's in front of you. If you want to evaluate how well it was prepared, I leave that to you. The last item before we go to hands includes a graphic map representation of those parties that have signed on to the treaty, the Convention on Cluster Munitions, so that you get a sense of who has already taken a position. I've seen some interesting back and forth where some had said, in response to UK Prime Minister Sunak being critical, saying, look, if the UK ever got into a war that was nearly this serious, it would immediately drop its objection to the use of these munitions. But then somebody came back and noted that one of the provisions of the treaty is even if you wanted to withdraw from it, you have to give 6 months notice, or if you use cluster munitions within 6 months of providing notice of withdrawal, that would be a technical breach of the treaty to the extent it matters to a party at that moment. But even more so, if a party goes to war, apparently under the treaty, you cannot withdraw from the treaty in time of war, which is an interesting twist on it that might only be interesting to me as a lawyer. But we'll go to Hans. So Colby, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you. I just wanted to add, for those that are interested, earlier this afternoon, I published a thread which is more of a legal background on cluster munitions from the U.S. perspective, and exploring the question of how many the United States actually has and how many Ukraine will get. So you can check that out on my account if you're interested in learning about that aspect. As Michael has already highlighted, there's a lot of other people with far more technical knowledge than I have that have done lots of good work explaining how cluster munitions actually work and whatnot. But I thought that more of an exploration of American policy and the logistics behind these transfers is something that was not something I had seen covered. So I wrote about that earlier today.
I appreciate that. So Colby, if you would like to put your thread in the nest so people can take a look at it and kind of pass it around, feel free. I would have included it. It's just there's like a cutoff, when I'm putting my material together where I have to be processing it. So I just didn't see that. But, yeah. I'm going to go to exit as co-hosts or co-host privilege, and then we'll go to Ian.
Thanks, Colby, for that. I wondered, because I don't know the answer to this, is there anybody who has signed up to the treaty and then gotten into a war and contemplated pulling out during a war? Do we know?
That's a very good question. I do not know the answer off the top of my head, although I can probably figure that out. I was saying to John Ridge and some others that I'm sure that it's in the theoretical event that were to happen, I'm sure that the signatory to the treaty would be very concerned about the strongly worded letter they would get from the International Criminal Court for their heinous violation by withdrawing in the event that they were faced with existential threat to their country as Ukraine is right now. So this whole war has just demonstrated that international law is very much just a suggestion in many cases, because what's the enforcement mechanism when you violate it, right? Russia's committing unspeakable war crimes, and the only recourse is to actually kill every soldier in the Russian army. There's nothing that any international organization can do to compel them to stop. So
and I don't disagree with your last point there. I don't even know. I suspect that if you breach your treaty obligations, that wouldn't trigger any responsibility under the International Criminal Court either. In that, my understanding is that the terms of that treaty, the convention, are not incorporated into general laws of war. Which is just a sort of a technical aside that it doesn't even have that level of teeth to it. Ian, I know you had wanted to speak on this issue before. Did you want to come in with some comments?
Thank you very much. I just want to say there's different types of cluster munitions. One are to incapacitate the enemy, which would be, kill everybody. The other ones, which I think they're supplying to Ukraine through either shells or droppable weapons by air, are to kill, should we say, tanks and armored vehicles, which is a different thing. And they're designed not to, lie around for very long, because they don't work. If you haven't killed a tank, you don't need to be there. So they're designed to blow themselves up within 10 minutes of not killing a tank, which is completely different from most of the stuff the Russians have been dropping in the last couple of years, which are, 500 days, which are just kill anything. It's a completely different weapon. And the ones of which are designed, well, actually by British companies for the American military, are designed to kill, soft targets, trucks, tanks, armored personnel carriers, that sort of stuff. That's what they're designed to do. They're not about killing just anybody on the street.
So I'll go to Colby in a moment because I know he has technical details, but I will I've added some additional material to the nest, so you'll have to go back 5 or 6 items now. But I will highlight to everybody again that thread by Mike Black, because he goes into explaining with this particular model. Apparently, as the cluster element, the individual bomblet is released, there's like a nylon thread that has to pull a pin, and then there's sort of an inertia element. It has to strike hard enough to detonate, and so he goes through the sort of physical steps that could lead to a failure of the munition to detonate. So it's helpful to understand those. And he also, his material also describes how, my understanding is this particular model is meant to have an explosively formed penetrator charge, but that relies on it striking in the right orientation and hard enough, and that the particular explosive load, I think the thread said it's rated to penetrate something like 2.5 or 2.7 inches of RHA armor, which has been noted it's not intended for use against particularly hardened targets like tanks. So it's kind of falls in the mid range. So there are tons of details in that thread. All I'm doing is highlighting. Go and have a read of it. So we'll go to Colby and then to radio and nukes.
So Ukraine is receiving 2 different cluster munitions from the United States. Both of them are 155 millimeter artillery shells. They are DPICM. That's dual purpose improved conventional munition. The dual purpose is APAM, armor piercing, or excuse me, anti-personnel, anti-armor, I believe it is. So they're designed to both destroy armored vehicles and also to kill enemy personnel. So it's not strictly an anti-tank weapon only. They are designed against both vehicles and personnel. As Michael was saying, they have this shaped charge inside of them, which is designed to come down on the tops of enemy vehicles where armor is thin. So even though they don't have super high levels of penetration, it can still go through the roof of a turret on a main battle tank. And they were very effective at doing that when they had been employed by the U.S. Army in the Tochny space before Michael started his. Our colleague Charles, who is a U.S. Army engineer, was explaining the impact that these were having on Iraqi T-72s during the invasion of Iraq. So that is still very much operable here, given that Russia continues to use many T-72s, and it doesn't matter which tank really that they're using. None of them have any thicker armor on the roof, so they're all going to die just as easily when these things are deployed. In addition to that shaped charge warhead that's inside the munition, they also fragmentate when they detonate, and that has the anti-personnel impact. So they are effective at both targets, and not all of them have self-destruct mechanisms as well. To be clear, some of them will have the self-destruct mechanism, ones that are produced more recently, and some that have been retrofitted will have updated fuses that are made, I believe, by the company's ATK in the United States, that has the self-destruct fuse that ensures that the dead rate falls below the 1% standard that the United States has established, but older variants will not have that self-destruct fuse, which is why there is a risk of UXO. But as I have argued and others have argued, Ukraine is very much aware of this UXO threat, and they're prepared to deal with the consequences of that. And there is already so much UXO littered all over the Ukrainian countryside due to the fact that Russian cluster munitions have a failure rate between 30 and 40%. They're not really concerned about what they're going to get from the United States.
So I appreciate all that background, Colby. And just so you know, because we hold these discussions so often, a lot of these are things that we discussed in the most recent space, which is, it's not an issue to bring them up again, of course, but sometimes if it seems like we're overlooking something, it's often because we've discussed it recently. Radio and Nukes, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, if you already covered this, I apologize. Just move me on if that's the case. I've seen 2 or 3 accounts swearing by the fact that they're going to take these shells apart and use the bomblets for drone drops. Is that a feasible thing? Is that what we think? Does anybody know more about that? That's my question.
I've heard that speculation as well, and I think that was connected with the idea that to use them in that way may lower their dud rate because their the deployment mechanism from a drone might be more reliable than deployment en masse from their normal method of deployment. I just don't know if it's feasible, but I did see Colby's hand shoot up, and I know he follows it super closely. So we're going to go to Colby, and then we'll go to Trent. Go ahead, Colby.
Thanks. We got the same question when when Tochny was hosting earlier this afternoon. That most likely will not happen. Ukraine had a request for air-dropped cluster munitions from the United States, in addition to their request for the artillery-fired ones. The air-dropped ones have not been announced so far, so I would not expect them to be used in that fashion. I don't expect that they're going to try and break open the artillery shells and take out the cluster munitions and drop those from commercial drones. That's highly unlikely to happen. They're going to be firing these in the designed manner, fired from the tube artillery, although it's still possible that in the future the United States might agree to supply Ukraine with the air-dropped cluster munitions, which could theoretically be used by the drones.
I'm surprised that you even think that, because the Ukrainians, their ingenuity and their using 3D printing to produce beautiful bombs that they can drop from a drone, which goes straight through into a turret and then explode. We've all seen it on the internet. We watch people dropping stuff from drones. We never thought that would ever be possible 4 years ago. We didn't think that would be possible. And we watched those guys doing it on a daily basis, taking out the Russians.
I don't know that saying they will leave them in their artillery format is any kind of a knock against Ukrainian ingenuity, so much as the economics involved. Even with the number and type that have been provided, I have little doubt that it will happen, that some will be disassembled, but I suspect that might more be for trial purposes or for, PR purposes to try to open up.
I don't think so, actually, because you've got to remember that with a shell that's fired from 30 miles away, and then it drops 4 munitions, which each one can find its own tank and take it out, isn't something you want to take apart, because each one is probably probably $200,000 each. And
so my understanding is that this particular model, and we're going to go back, we're referencing Colby a lot because he's covered it a lot. My understanding is these munitions per shell cost something like $30,000 each.
No, I think they're a little more expensive than that, especially the ones with cluster munitions inside.
So
you've got to remember that each one can find its own tank, hovers down, and then explodes above it.
So Ian, you're confusing these with the bonus rounds and the smart rounds, which are totally different from what we're talking about. American DPICM are different from bonus and smart. They're two different systems.
A smart round is
so Ian. I'm going to ask if you don't mind pausing. So you've been generally very polite. We're trying to keep hands up so that we can control the flow. I hear what you're saying, but Colby and others follow this very specifically and know precisely what models are provided, and dig into the requisition costs from Congress and so on. So I'm fairly confident that we have it pinned down to what models are being provided. But we're happy to hear your thoughts. But I think the matter on what's being provided is settled. You can continue contributing, but it would be great if you would put your hand up. I think the order of
that's fine.
You're welcome. I think the order of speaker was Trent, Jane, and then Gurney. Go ahead, Trent.
All right. Can you hear me first?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Two observations. I had 33 years inside the Defense Department's procurement system and inside Defense Contract Management Agency and its two predecessor agencies. One of the people that I worked with was on the MLRS program and was involved with a lot of the development of these munitions. That is, he was working the contracts for buying the munitions that went into the rockets. These rockets had serious, at least the early M26 MLRS rockets, which are not what we're talking about, but are representative of the technology from the 1980s, had a serious dud rate issue. Some lots were on the order of 40%. It got better over time, but the whole point of cluster munitions was they were a highly automated and thus cheap per individual dumb cluster munition item, so that you could pack hundreds or dozens in a shell and 600 some odd or 400 depending on the rocket into an MLRS rocket. The technical thing that I have not seen mentioned is they all have aerodynamic decelerators. That is, they have a little string of cloth. All right. What this means is cluster munitions do not follow a ballistic trajectory in its final phase. When the rocket or the shell opens up and lets out its munitions, the cloth streamers stop the munition in space and it comes straight down. There are two issues with that. One is you need to use a slightly different fire control solution to put the munitions where you want them. The other thing is if you're dropping them into soft ground like sand in the Persian Gulf War with the United States or into heavily forested areas, the former will not always detonate and you will have live rounds on the ground. And in forests, the branches will catch the streamers and they will be hanging up in the trees. So the unexploded ordnance issue with cluster munitions of the late 80s to early 90s generation is somewhat understated by the Defense Department in some conditions. And also one more thing, you've got to have a good meteorological prediction for where the shells are coming down, because if you're getting some fairly high crosswinds in the area you are firing the shell, the crosswinds will spread the munitions over a much wider area than intended. So these are just items, technical items that I have not seen mentioned, and I don't have anything else to add at the moment. Go ahead.
Thanks for that, Trent. You're right. I haven't seen it covered extensively. I have seen those issues come up separately. Somebody did make the note that kind of like the sandy soil or sand in the Middle East, that highly fertile soil may not have the hardness, to cause the inertia effect to drive the pin to cause the detonation. So highly fertile soils like in southern Ukraine may have a slightly higher dud rate. Trent, I will point you have to go back about 6 or 7 items in the nest. You may have heard me refer to it, but I think some of those issues, like getting hung up in trees and so on, were referred to in the thread by Mike Black. So if you were looking for one source that made reference to several of those points, I think that thread did include some of them. We'll go to Jane and then Gurney.
Just one quick, but I think important point to remember in this discussion. This had to be approved by the president, the national security advisor, through the Defense Department. This is no small deal that we are selling to the Ukrainians through the normal foreign military sales channel. this is a major matter. And selling cluster munitions because of the convention out there, I believe, is signed by 123 nations. This is, if the Ukrainians were to walk outside of any of the parameters for use that they have agreed to, and I'm sure as a lawyer, you know there are lawyers that have written out clear parameters for usage. They just can't fiddle around with these things unless they talk to big DOD and potentially the White House. And my guess is there will not be a whole lot of gray area for that to occur. So just one thought here, but an important one, I think, for what it's worth.
A little wrinkle on that, and again, I guess I'm singing Colby's praises, but he put up an idea I appreciated, which was to try to have Congress write into the National Defense Acquisition Act. Yes, the NDAA, that it wouldn't pass until the end of the year, but a requirement that Ukraine specify the acceptable DUD rate for transfer to them, to essentially let them choose their own risk. And I thought that would be kind of a poetic way to structure the expectations.
A good idea, but given the Congress we have right now, it's a questionable end, but an absolutely wise thought.
We'll go to Gurney and then to John Ridge. Go ahead, Gurney.
I was just going to respond to Radio Nukes. Radio, to answer that technical question you had, just get a hold of Ryan O'Leary. I don't think the bottleneck is EFPs in this situation, so I can't answer whether they would disassemble these or be allowed to, but it looks like the actual just regular explosive and the conical discs, Ukraine can manufacture those or has, and that's not a bottleneck. So I imagine we've heard much more about artillery ammunition being a major bottleneck. So just get in touch with him. But I would just on the sum of the scales here, it seems that the technical innovation of the delivery method, the artillery shell itself of the cluster munitions, that's much more in demand at the moment, or at least on the surface. But again, try to get a hold of him. He works that issue.
Sorry, I was just trying to confirm for my own sake. Is Ryan O'Leary, is his handle Tip of the Spear? He's involved in demining?
No, Ryan is I Hate Trenches.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I follow them both. I was confusing the two. Just so that the audience who's listening, if they want to go and follow some of these thoughtful people, they know who they are. John, go ahead.
Thank you. My apologies. This has already been brought up. I just joined in about 3 minutes ago. One thing that I think would be helpful to keep in mind here is that at the end of the day, beyond simply the quantity of these shells that will be available to Ukraine, nothing has changed because they have had access to these shells via Turkey with the permission of the United States for at least the past 8 months. Turkey has been providing them with M4A3 Alpha 1, 155 millimeter DPICM shells since at least November of last year. Those are shells that they licensed from us. I'm not sure if specifically or if they're the ones that we sold directly to them or if they're the ones that they manufactured under license. But that would either require a re-export license from the State Department, or they violated their end user agreement with us and we essentially agreed to turn a blind eye to it. So all of this has been worked out, almost a year ago. So this is it's a fait accompli, really. The White House is just now basically going public for what has already been the reality for the better part of 8+ months now. And the qualities available to Ukraine will presumably be much greater going forward.
Yeah, that's a great point. Colby, go ahead.
To add to this, I'm fairly confident that the White House is just choosing to look the other way on this because I haven't 100% confirmed this, but I'm pretty sure that in order for Turkey to send these, they would have had to have submitted a report back to the State Department
Sorry, was it just me or did Colby fade out? Well. Yeah, okay. Colby, we lost you. If you're still there, when you come back, we'll have you back up.
One thing that I would note is I'm not 100% sure about this, but I read through the specific text of the NDAA, the provision governing controls on the export of cluster munitions. It doesn't look like, as far as if my interpretation of the text is correct, it doesn't look like there's actually a requirement for a presidential waiver to be issued for the State Department to authorize a third-party re-export just for a direct export or transfer from the United States to another, to a foreign state. It doesn't look like that. Potentially that does not apply to us approving third-party resales, transfers, etc.
Good detail to know. Colby, go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry, don't know where you lost me, but basically I'm pretty confident that the White House is just looking the other way. Turkey would have had to submitted a report back to the State Department demonstrating a failure rate under 1% for any munitions that they're transferring to Ukraine, and that probably would have had to been submitted to Congress, so there would be public record of that decision was taken. So the White House, we all know that these rounds are in Ukraine. There's pictures of the rounds in Ukraine. And the United States has re-export authorization for them, like every other case that we've been dealing with in this war, whether they're the rounds that were sold to Turkey or the ones that Turkey have been licensed producing. They're still American technology. So either way, the United States has to authorize the transfer of those to Ukraine, and there's no public record that I've seen of that happening. So the White House is just pretending that this is not happening, and nobody in Congress cares enough to make a big fuss out of this. So
that's a good point too. So I think that was it for Hans on the cluster munitions. That was a great back and forth, by the way. I appreciate all the contributions. Lots of people are following little angles of this closely, and that makes everybody's experience that much better, everybody's understanding that much better. Okay, so moving on in updates, continuing on Ukrainian equipment, the two issues I'll bring up next. I have one block for Ukrainian ground equipment, one block for Ukrainian aerial equipment. Before moving on, I see one hand has come up, so we'll go to Jens.
Yeah, I don't know if you have addressed this already, but one of the reasoning U.S. brought up was Ukraine lacking artillery ammunition. Do you see that as a political cover for, these cluster ammunitions that have, a little bit of a public perception as being bad?
I don't know if any specific political comments were made about it. I know that Biden was asked about it in an interview, and he said something about needing to have taken some time to have been convinced. I'm not seeing the U.S. advertising. I mean, it's referring to the availability issue, but I think they're essentially just saying, look, this is a necessary next step, and it's been asked for a long time. But I see multiple hands up, so I think it was Colby and then John.
Ukraine has needed them since day one. They especially need them now as we are getting to a point where there are legitimate concerns about the ability of the United States and other countries to maintain the pace of delivery of artillery munitions to Ukraine, given that stocks, although war reserves still are very significant, stocks are being depleted, and current production is very inadequate to meet the demand that Ukrainian artillery units have for ammunition. This is detailed in the thread that I wrote. It's up in the nest. So yeah, right now there's a very critical need for more ammunition available to Ukraine, and the availability of DPICMs will lessen the burden because you can get the same effects out of DPICMs compared to many more. It would take many more conventional unitary high explosive rounds to achieve the same impacts in some situations, depending on what target you're shooting at. So you might need to just fire 10 DPCIMs and you might have to fire many more times that in conventional rounds to achieve the same impact. So it's it's going to have a big impact. Although again, the question is how many are actually provided to Ukraine, because the demand far outstrips what's being provided. This is sort of a temporary stopgap, is the way that the Department of Defense is framing it. And I remain skeptical to some degree that it's going to be able to bridge, quote unquote, to use Undersecretary Cowell's words, bridge the gap between what production is today and what it's going to be in the future, because there's still a long way to go to where there's a point in the future where collectively NATO is able to produce enough conventional unitary high explosive rounds to ammunition needs.
Thanks for that. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. Just to Colby's point, what I would point out is more than likely what has occurred is that they've done the math on consumption under various different scenarios, and more than likely they've found that sometime in the next couple to several months, if DPICM were not provided, that we would dip below whatever our minimum threshold of HE inventory is for, in terms of just our overall APS, Army Prepared Stock inventory for overseas contingency operations, our minimum war reserves, if you will. So I suspect that is more than likely what ended up happening is there was a predicted shortfall several months out from now. If we did not send DPICM, we would dip below that threshold. And this decision has been made to try and push that out ideally until, HE production is at the level that it needs to be. I never thought I'd say this, but Jake Sullivan's comments during the press conference, I think, were quite telling, where he explicitly stated that under no circumstance, come what may, we will not leave Ukraine defenseless. And I never thought I'd be positively quoting Sullivan, but here we are. So I think that very much, in my mind, conveys an attitude that this was a decision from the White House's standpoint of pure logistical necessity.
So interesting follow on to that, as we move into discussing updates on Ukrainian ground equipment, that John, you might want to weigh in on in a moment. But this first tweet in the nest here is about the fact that in the latest U.S. aid package, which, by the way, if you click on Thomas Tyner's tweet, which is a lot of T's, he has quote tweeted Oryx. So if you want to see a list of most of the equipment, you can go there. I just didn't have space to add all the original sources. Tyner is saying that the U.S. is now providing Strykers and Bradleys at a higher rate than losses are occurring. And that leads him to the theory that this equipment may actually be going to new units, like additional units that are being stood up, as opposed to merely replacing losses, which it's inference, but it's interesting. Related to that, and how this ties back into the ammo supply issue we were just discussing, was a related theory I saw saying that Ukraine is also continuing to receive new guns at a rate that seems to exceed the loss of guns, including apparently, was it M777s and possibly Italian guns as well? What is it, the M109s? And the person who said that, I can't remember who it was, said if they're receiving new guns, that would imply they have enough ammo to fire through those guns, which I wonder if more guns are flowing because it was clear the decision about DPICMs was going to be made a few weeks ago. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on what that suggests about insight there was into ammo constraint. So I'll go to, I think Colby may have had his hand up first. So I'm going to go Colby, John, and then Wolverine. Go ahead, Colby.
Thanks. Sorry, internet connection's a little unstable. Should be good now. Just very quickly on something John said. I am probably one of the largest critics of Advisor Sullivan on this website, but I must say as well, during his press conference in the White House podium, I found him to be very, very well spoken during that press conference, and was encouraged by many of the things that he was saying. I won't hold my breath because I think that he's still on balance somebody that is a negative influence on the decision-making process of President Biden. But I'm hoping that the dam is finally breaking on a number of issues, and that we have more good news to look forward to in the future. And just very quickly on the point about the new Bradleys and M109s and whatnot from Italy, before I pass over to John, I wouldn't necessarily assume that the fact that Italy is providing these new systems, and it's very speculatory exactly how many are being provided, because Italy does not publicly release the exact figures of what they're providing, so it's all just kind of guesswork. I wouldn't make the assumption that more guns are being sent because there's confidence that there's going to be adequate supply. Ukraine does have losses of its artillery guns, whether it be the 109s or the M777s. There have been, quite a number of them destroyed by the Russians. So they do need replacements. They do need replacements for the barrels, which get worn out after very heavy use. So there is attrition that needs to be accounted for. But of course, anytime Ukraine is getting new systems, it's a good thing. The point about the Strikers is well taken, that there's been no visually confirmed deployment, let alone losses of the Striker. So those are all going to units, whether they be completely new units or existing units that are getting, their equipment upgraded. There's a large number of Strikers that are coming in now, and those units will be going in with those fresh equipment. And the number of Bradleys seems to be, based on confirmed losses, to at least be matching or exceeding what's being lost. So that's all good, and hopefully, future packages are going to continue to deliver those very important systems. And the Bradleys have been very, very well received by the Ukrainian mechanized infantrymen that are getting to operate them.
Yeah, the idea of them being provided as upgrades is a good point. One that as between replacements versus new units, the idea that it's just upgrading experienced units who may have been operating much older equipment is a great point. John, go ahead, and then we'll go to Wolverine.
Thank you. Just briefly regarding, I guess, the Bradleys and the Strikers. First off, Colby beat me to the punch for the Strikers. All of those are, as far as we're aware, assigned to the 82nd Air Assault Division, or excuse me, the 82nd Air Assault Brigade. Neither them or the Strikers have been visually been confirmed to have been committed to any offensive action as of yet. Regarding the Bradleys, it's possible, although I'm a little bit skeptical, that the Ukrainians may have suffered more Bradley losses than documented. I'm skeptical because I would assume that the Russians would very much like to publicize that fact if it was true. But we can't totally discount it. So it could be a combination of building out, say, a new battalion or two, while also maybe, again, part of it going to replacing some not necessarily publicly documented losses. Regarding the M109s and other fighters assets in general, it's important to remember that at any given time, a certain percentage of Ukrainian equipment, and this is true for all classes of equipment they operate, are going to be out of action for either repairs, maintenance, overhauls, refurbs, etc. It can be as high as 25, 33%, depending on, specific piece of equipment, point in time, etc. If that percentage begins to creep higher than would be ideal, it would not surprise me if we're providing additional assets to bring that overall percentage down. So that way, most of their inventory would still be in the fight on a percentage basis, and that they wouldn't experience a shortfall of available assets due to a rather sizable number being out of action, again, for repairs, maintenance, refurb, overhaul, etc.
Yep, great points about the amount out for repair. Wolverine, go ahead, and then we'll go to Trent.
So as regards to the artillery, one of the things that, and this is kind of why the Marine Corps only has towed artillery now, is that which Ukraine needs to look at, especially with the 777s that they've been getting from us, is that if a 109er gets hit or a PZH, you've lost a vehicle and a gun at the same time. Whereas we've already seen in Ukraine where if you lose a vehicle, well, why not just hook up the 777 to a Ford F-350 and tow it out of the area. So the 777s, I mean, obviously they're lighter weight. You can move them around faster. Sometimes, it takes a little bit longer to displace them and to get them into action. But it has its cost, has its benefits to being a towed gun. Lighter and more maneuverable. You don't have to have as big of a footprint as you do with a 109, whether it be a Paladin, an A4, A5 variant, or even the PZHs. But there's also some other stuff. It's easier to camouflage, less of a heat signature also at nighttime. You only have to worry about the prime mover, which the prime mover you can put away from it. So you have, that's it. You don't have to have a whole lot to actually run those 777s. Other thing is that the repairers on a 777, they're a lot easier. You can actually do them with a simple crane. We used to do it all the time with our 109ers. Sorry, I forgot what it's called. Our road howitzers. I can't even think of the name. Anyways, our road howitzers, we used to sit there and we could change our barrel out in one of those things in like an hour and a half sometimes, depending on what was wrong with it. So the barrel replacements are something that's not that hard to do on them. It's just making sure that they got them. So, I think when it's all done, with the guns that they're getting, because I'm going to assume that they're probably getting more 777s from us, because I know they are drawing more equipment from the Marine Corps side, because they used to have a lot more 777s, but because of the HIMARS, they're doing a swap out of some of their regiments with the equipment they have. So that means that there's probably going to be more 777s actually available for them. And we've already seen them actually requirements on the Marine Corps side to actually, they're required to give so much equipment right now of a specific type that they're actually have already been shipped over to Ukraine from various places.
Thanks for that, Wolverine. I was having flashbacks just that of we've been having talks for a long time. And, going back all the way to when, you and I were speculating in the open spaces about whether they would even get M777s. So we've been at this a while. Trent, would you like to go ahead?
Okay. I'm going to point out on the artillery addition issue that Ukraine has been firing its older Soviet caliber guns for a very long time. And yes, they had some industrial capability to rebarrel and to make munitions, but it's legacy equipment, that is the industrial base for producing the barrels and the ammunition, dried out in the late 90s and only came back somewhat in the 2000s. So if you're seeing more guns, 155 millimeter, we need to be thinking that some of the older guns that the Ukrainians have been using throughout the war have probably reached and passed end of life use and need replacement. The other issue related to that is the Russians are now starting to use their Lancet missiles, or drones, loitering munitions, in lieu of artillery counter battery, because the Russians are going to older and older guns. The D-30 122 millimeter is an example here. By trading back to older guns, because they don't have newer ones, they're using drones to hit the newer, larger self-propelled guns Ukraine is getting. I'm extraordinarily concerned that the rate of drone use is going to increase on the Russian side by orders of magnitude, simply to replace the artillery park that they're wearing out and don't have the ability to replace. So drone warfare is going to be increasingly Russia's go-to for artillery fire support and counter battery. and the recent videos of Ukrainians strapping together 6 assault rifles in a multiple mount shows you that they are really feeling the lack of short-range air defense, that they move back to cover their cities and their power supply from Shahed drones. That's all.
Yeah, there's tons of development on that front. We speak about it fairly often. In the materials from Thursday, I don't think we got to it. I had a video of that, 6 AKs joined together in use. You guys have probably seen it. And all the developments there were some of the drone dive bombing videos that came out in the last week that showed deployments of netting over electrical subsystems in Russia, and the back and forth arms race drones wise is significant. Of course, our friend Sam Bendet, who's come to speak with us a few times, and who also now occasionally hosts his own spaces. Keep an eye on Sam Bendet's account because that's his area of focus. In the materials from last Thursday, I think I also had reference to speculation that Iranian-backed drone assembly factory may be nearing operation, but I'm not sure there's been direct evidence that any of the drones manufactured there have actually hit the field. So sort of paying attention upstream to the production capacity is important. I think it was John and then Wolverine. Go ahead, John.
One thing I would comment just regarding Russian counterfire capabilities and specifically the usage of the Lancet 3 loitering munitions is I would be cautious about drawing sweeping conclusions regarding both the Lancet 3's effectiveness and it having a central position within Russian counterfire employment at this point. My understanding, and this is somewhat anecdotal, admittedly, is that the counterfire threats that the Russians are generating varies rather wildly from different areas of the front to other areas of the front, depending on the assets that particular Russian and Ukrainian brigades and other elements have at their disposal at a given time, as well as the competency of those Russian elements at employing counterfire and the competency in turn of Ukrainian elements to mitigate the impact of said counterfire. So they are still continuing to broadly use counterfire via MRLs and via howitzers as well, in addition to obviously the Lancet 3 loitering munitions. And again, regarding Lancet specifically, this particular point is a little bit more borne out by just video evidence that we've had for quite several months now. Lancet 3 seems to have, at least in most cases against towed and as well as self-propelled artillery pieces, usually fairly poor effects on target due to the fact that the standard version only has a fairly light 3 to 4 kilogram high explosive charge. There is a larger version with the Lancet 3M that is supposed to incorporate either a heat warhead or an explosively formed penetrator warhead. That would be potentially more problematic in terms of effects on target. But as far as I'm aware, beyond Russia, making this PR statement, they're going to start producing those. I haven't seen any specific evidence they've been employed as of yet. So for now, they're stuck with the regular Lancet 3s that, again, typically have relatively poor effects on target.
And to John's last point, just a reminder that it's fairly common for Russia to make claims about the capabilities of their drones and that are aspirational as opposed to things that are in operation, including recently with regard to the Lancet, suggesting that there was an ISR model, like to do recon, that could then relay coordinates to other loitering Lancets, in real time, and that was believed. It's hard to disprove, but that there is no proof of it. And so again, I saw that all as elements that Sam Bendet pulled out of Russian media coverage on it. So just because Russia is saying, hey, our drones have this capability, doesn't mean that they do. We'll go to Wolverine, and then we'll try and power through a couple more updates.
In regards to Lancets, we've seen, I'm just going to use the 777s, 3 videos that I've seen. There may be more, but there are 3 where Lancets hit the 777s. One of them was a 777 was in place already, and it looked like it was already abandoned or damaged when the Lancet hit it. But the other 2 actually were quite impressive because one of them hit the 777 on the barrel when it was connected to the prime mover while the truck was actually moving. So I don't, if that much was luck, I'm not sure. But the fact that the Lancet actually hit the barrel of the 777 connected to the truck was quite impressive. Even on a barrel like that, a small charge like that can do enough damage to make it unserviceable. The other one was they had a 777 hooked up to a truck, and the Lancet actually hit it while it was getting pulled out of position. Now, a slow rate of speed, obviously, but it did hit the tire, and so it could have the damage it did was probably mobility. The gun system may have been fine still, but the tire along with the axle portion could have been definitely destroyed. So, it may not always have its effectiveness, but on smaller targets like that, whether it be light-skinned vehicles, Humvees, unarmored trucks and stuff like that, them getting anywhere close to it with something like a Lancet, the older ones, there is still potential, but there are ways and means obviously out there to counter it. We've said anti-air defense, and like I can't remember who was talking to me about it, where the United States has like hundreds of the M113s with the 20 millimeter Gatling guns that are mounted on them and they're radar controlled. Ukraine needs to see looking at if there's assets like that or that are still operational and still in good shape, and see they can request them, because if they've got 300-400 units like that sitting around that are good to go or repair a little time to get back up in a working condition, then the good thing is that that's an asset they can use, and it would be probably would be very good for taking down targets like that.
Thanks, Wolverine. Gurney, go ahead.
Yeah, I had asked Exit to post. Kaitarigami UA had a recent post up. I believe it was today, and I think it's sort of.
Gurney, we can't. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're fine. Maybe Exit had an issue, but I heard you the whole time. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. So it's tangential to this, and the reason I'm bringing it up there, and it's posted in the Nest, it just talks, it's purported, again, it's an alleged document, right? So take it as you will, whether it's authentic or whether it's being followed. So I don't want to draw too much from it, but just on the lines of, Trent's comment there, I do share some of his concerns regarding drone adaptation. There's always room for adaptation, right? So the reason I'm drawing your attention to that document up there to take a look at it, if you will. It's that sometimes, we tend to underestimate the amount of adaptation taking place, perhaps not on the Russian, on the Ukrainian side, but I tend to feel that the Twitter space out there at large underestimates Russian adaptation. So that document up there just purports and alleges to say regarding Ukrainian NATO tactics in terms of breaching, some of the things we've seen recently, it proposes some counter adaptations to that. So the reason I'm saying this is tangential, whether this is drone or Lancet or Shaheds or anything like that, it's not alarming, but I do want to put it there just as a source to say, look, they do adapt and they have been adapting, and we do have to sort of address that concept. I think the more people embrace that as a concept that, yes, they're capable of it, then you can get on the front end of these threats to Wolverine's point or whomever talking about SHORAD or the need for some of these things to be taken seriously, is that sometimes we look at some of the evidence and we create a bias and say, well, perhaps the Lancet strikes aren't that devastating or we're not seeing evidence of it. And that may be true or it may not be true. But I do think, to Trent's point there, we do have have to take whether it's the drone threat or anything else seriously. And I just would like people to look at Tatargami. He's, I believe he's a Ukrainian reservist, posts some interesting stuff from time to time. And I just refer you guys up to that document to look at an alleged Russian adaptation that seems to be more recent. But again, whether they can actually put that into use, you be the judge of that.
Anecdotally, on that same front, I think that people were seeing the use of the Lancet early in the war, and I believe that was the Lancet 2 model. And there were a lot of near misses where it would actually not contact the target directly, and then the damage was only shrapnel, which wasn't very effective. But that there seems to have been improvement with that in the Lancet 3, so that might be an example of adaptation right there. But I'll push through a couple of updates. Again, we're working through the block on Ukrainian ground equipment. There will be a quick update on Ukrainian air equipment, and then we'll get into some diplomacy things, because there is the NATO summit coming up next week, and there's lots that flows from that. So starting with the third item in the nest. The second item in the nest, the tweet from Tyner, links through to the U.S. aid provided in the most recent announcement. The third item back in the nest has some details on the most recent German equipment announced, and that, interestingly, a lot of it is engineering, transportation, and bridging equipment, which, when we've been looking at losses in Ukraine, some of the most valuable items to have been lost were engineering, demining, and the like. So it's good to see that there is more of that sort of equipment flowing in. The fourth item back in the nest is just an announcement that 16 more of the Zuzana 2 self-propelled guns are now due to be provided. This is a tweet from Colby. I see he's put his hand up, so we'll go to Colby.
Thank you. I just want to caveat my own post, because some people were raising the question whether these 16 new Zuzanas are in fact just the existing 16 that are already on order. So Ukraine already has 8. Last October, there was an order placed being financed by, I think, Germany and Norway, and one other European country came together to pay for this order of 16 for Ukraine. And sort of the way that I took the new announcement was that it is, in fact, a new announcement. There are 16 more that are now on order, but that was accompanied by saying that, we expect these soon. So it may be the case that the 16, which we recently heard about, is just a re-announcement of the existing order, and them saying that we expect that these 16 that were ordered last October are going to be arriving in theater soon. So I haven't seen any clarity on this. As usual, it's something for the journalists to go out and try and get an answer on if they can. But I just wanted to provide that context.
You good, Michael?
I thought it was just me again. We'll go to Wolverine quick.
So, I forgot. I don't know if Michael's going to bring this up. So I was reading something today. Like I said, I read like all these different articles, so I don't remember exactly who posted it. But when we saw the stuff about the Challengers, the Challenger 2s that were getting sent from the UK to Ukraine, I saw some that they mentioned that some Challenger 1s also got sent with those, and I checked the numbers, and I actually found out that the UK still actually has 80 Challenger 1s that are still that they still own. And then another thing I'm wondering if Ukraine via the UK might be able to do is also do something with Jordan, because Jordan has 406 Challenger 1s that they just put into storage because they purchased the French Leclercs. And so if those tanks are just sitting there in storage, I mean, if they're not going to use them, and if I don't know what they're going to do with them, but they could somehow do some kind of deal and get that sent out to Ukraine, that would help to an extent. The only downside to it would be the ammunition, because even though it is 120 millimeter, they use that two-piece 120 millimeter versus the ammunition that the U.S. and Germany uses.
Yeah, thanks for that, Wolverine. That's a great point. I guess Colby has a response, and then we'll wrap up the ground section. Go ahead, Colby.
So on the Challenger 1s, my understanding is that the United Kingdom provided the armored recovery variant of the Challenger 1 to Ukraine, not any of the actual MBTs, although certainly Jordan has these now in storage, I think, because they got phased out of the Jordanian service. So certainly there's, the possibility that those ones could be provided to Ukraine if a deal could be brokered by the United Kingdom and the United States, most likely.
So we'll just keep an eye on whether there are developments on equipment coming out of Jordan. Okay, last couple of points on ground equipment basically have to do with developments on the industrial base. So these have gotten a little bit mixed up in the nest. But you'll see that the sixth item back in the nest is a tweet that notes that Alexander Kamyshin, who's the Minister of Strategic Industries, had signed a new, that he announced that Ukraine now has an intention to begin its own tank production, tanks and armored vehicles, beginning in 6 months. And this comes after they're having met with some success in domestic domestic cooperation with Poland and neighboring countries on ammunition production. So it's interesting that they're now becoming more ambitious, which is great. The seventh item back in the nest is a tweet from Sam Bendet, linking to a Ukrainian news source that is announcing that Ukraine has now signed a memorandum of understanding with the Turkish company. I believe they're making reference to Bayraktar, to build a drone factory in Ukraine. So we had heard about those talks, that it was intended, but it seems like the contractual elements of that are now moving forward, which is significant. And then the last item in the block, I had to move to the front of the nest because I think it may have been cleared out, which is fine. But that's a tweet from Alexander Kamyshin himself, who noted that just 2 days ago, Ukraine signed a memorandum of understanding with the Czech Ministry of Defense in order to produce small arms and ammunition, and in order to undertake the modernization of armored vehicles. So you see them entering into agreements with the Czechs, the Turks, and various others, which is a great sign for their continued buildup of their arms industry. Kitty, I think you had a point in connection with the drone factory. Is that right?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I was sort of wondering when Bendet cited that it was quite significant, because as he also pointed out, they have already a Bayraktar service center and I believe another kind of joint training center with Turkey. But Zelensky just has so many drone irons in the fire. But I just wanted to note another significant outcome of the Zelensky's visit to Turkey, which was that he was able to obtain the release of a bunch of Azov commanders and other commanders. These were really important commanders who had been exchanged. They were POWs, and last September, Erdogan and Saudi negotiated a deal to release them in return for Viktor Medvedchuk. and under the conditions that they would be housed in Turkey and not allowed back to Ukraine until after the war. So it was pretty surprising when it was just announced that they were, and they actually were released. And you saw Dennis Prokopenko giving, talking to the press and surrounded by these other commanders back in Ukraine. And another, this has got to be some kind of a result of Putin's waning influence, because this is Azov, and he already took so much shit for even trading them and letting them out of and not holding trials for them and stuff. So to now further have them back, and in fact, Prokopenko actually said we're back in the battle. So, this was specifically what Russians did not want to happen. So I'm just curious as to how he pulled that off, why, and what does it say about his relationship with Putin? Thanks. Anyone have any comments? I'd love to hear.
Yeah, so those are great points. There were a lot of political coups that came out following Zelensky's visit to Turkey. Just as a matter of timing, and not to discourage anybody from contributing now, as a matter of timing, I normally run for 3 hours. Often I'll go over. So I'm probably aiming to go about half an hour over anyway, so that we can get into some of the diplomatic developments that are significant along the lines of what Riverside just referred to. Some of those Turkish developments I've split up because some relate to NATO, some relate to POWs, some relate to the Black Sea. We'll see if we get to all of them. If you'd like to come up and discuss that, do feel free. Perhaps, since I don't see any hands, in the meantime, I'm going to run through the updates on some aerial equipment, and then we'll get straight into diplomacy. So, looking at the nest, the first item up there, it was announced that Zelensky held talks with the Dutch Prime Minister about training of Ukrainian pilots on F-16s. And apparently in that conversation, some specific dates about the beginning of that training were discussed. I don't think they came out in the article, what the dates were, but that essentially they were revealed to Zelensky. There had been initial belief that the training might begin before the end of June, but it's not looking like that did not happen. It's not looking like it's imminent, but apparently there's now an understanding as to dates. The second item back there, a tweet by Colby, is a note that the Sky Shield that is, program that is being developed with European partners, both Switzerland and Austria wanted to apply to join that program. And of course, Switzerland and Austria have been the two countries who have been very reluctant to provide military aid to Ukraine. There were suggestions floating around when those countries made their requests that their joining should, maybe not if conditional, should be used as political leverage to encourage them to contribute aid to Ukraine. It now appears that their admission to that program is moving forward without sort of it being used for political purposes. So that's the update. I'm sure that Colby and others will keep their eyes on it. John, go ahead.
One thing I'd just like to briefly point out regarding Sky Shield and the countries, as far as I'm aware, obviously Switzerland has taken steps to block the re-export or third-party transfer of Swiss defense articles to Ukraine. As far as I'm aware, it's worth noting that Austria has not. I believe a number of pieces of Austrian defense articles have been transferred by third parties to Ukraine, and the Austrian government hasn't objected to that thus far. So it's an important piece of context to keep in mind.
Yeah, the distinction between permitting re-export from third parties versus direct transfer is important to keep in mind. Continuing through the updates, the third item back in the nest is it was a detail. It wasn't the headline of this article, but Jimmy Rushton tweeted out this detail from the Wall Street Journal article which is a general update about developments in Ukraine. And in it, it noted that Poland has transferred about a dozen Mi-24 helicopters. And it's interesting because in general, Poland hasn't been shy to advertise its aid to Ukraine, but this transfer of helicopters had not been previously disclosed. So it's just getting insight that even some countries that make regular announcements may also be transferring equipment that it is not discussing publicly. I think there was also discussion about potential for transfer of Czech helicopters, so we may see that in the coming days. I forgot that I had it in this material, but the fourth item back in the nest is a video of that sort of spot air defense that was improvised by mounting together 6 AK variant rifles. So if you want to see how that works, have a look. I know people have pointed out that it's because it's jerry-rigged, it has a lot of recoil, perhaps not super effective. I know that our friend Radio and Nukes had put out a tweet discussing it, saying, boy, it wouldn't be that hard to incorporate a recoil element in the mount itself. Maybe you could put a little targeting computer on it to calculate lead distance and so on. So there are wizards here and there who are hard at work already upgrading these sort of garage builds. The fifth item back in the nest, as a final point on Ukrainian sort of force structure, I think I included this last week, but we didn't speak to it. But I found it interesting that the Ukrainian Prime Minister Shmyhal came out and said that after the war, Ukraine would abandon its draft model and move away from, like a heavy conscript force, which I presume is a move, number one, toward what is more common in NATO. Now, there are NATO countries that include a conscription element, but it may partly align policies. It could also be sort of a political judgment that with some ongoing conscription in Ukraine, there may be an appetite for it to move to an all-volunteer force. Interestingly, about a week ago, there were also statements by Ukrainian officials that after the war, they intended to maintain a personnel count of at least 500,000. So maintaining that large a force while having it be all volunteer may present some challenges, but I bring these things up because it's interesting to see the contours of the future Ukrainian army taking shape. Okay, so I'll put up a few items on diplomacy. The first of these is about that issue that Kitty raised about prisoners of war. So if you bear with me, the first of which is just a reference to the return of the Azovstal defenders, the leaders of the Azovstal regiment who had been essentially exiled to Turkey by the Russians in that deal that earned their release. So some of these will be fairly quick, more news updates than anything else, but this way you also have the sources and it's sort of in one thread in case you've missed some of these details. So that first tweet in the nest is just highlighting their return. They gave a press conference with Zelensky, I believe it was in Lviv, where they, made lots of points, including, as Kitty referred to, the fact when asked, would you return to the battlefield? I believe the answer is that certainly we've returned for this. It's our main goal. And, our voices will be heard on the battlefield. But I wanted to use this as an opportunity, as a reminder. The second item in the nest is just lest we forget. There are, I believe, several thousand Ukrainian prisoners of war, and Ponomarenko of the Kiev Independent notes, lest we forget that there are still 700 Azovstal garrison members who are still in Russian captivity. In addition to that, so the third item back in the nest is the return of these particular prisoners of war was important because of the diplomatic implications for relationship with Turkey and because of their senior role in Azovstal, their senior role in the Azov battalion. However, there are ongoing prisoner of war exchanges. And so that third item back is from last, I think, Wednesday, that another 45 defenders were returned. So it's an ongoing process. I want to highlight that. We'll go to hands in just a moment, but the fourth item back in the nest, since we're discussing return and we're discussing Azov, many of you will likely recall that there was a strike on the Olenivka, essentially prisoners camp. This was, if I have to time it, what was it? October of 2022, I think. And that several dozen prisoners were killed, where the Russians claimed it was a Ukrainian strike, but very few people accepted that as true, with most believing that the Russians had either struck it themselves or just used bombs in the camp, for diplomatic sort of PR purposes, like disinformation purposes. Many of the defenders at that Olenivka camp were Azov fighters, but now a number of the bodies of those killed in that, we'll call it attack on Olenivka, have now been returned to Ukraine, which is important. And just to round it out, part of the reason I speak in slightly vague terms about it is that Russia did not permit any investigators to attend Olenivka, whether from the United Nations or from the Red Cross. And so no independent investigation into the cause of the blast was ever held. Otherwise, I would be happy to call it out if we knew specifically how it happened, but the belief is that it was a Russian bombing. Let me just see. I have one more. I'll just go to this last item in this block. It's the fifth tweet back in the nest from Rajib Soylu, who writes for the Middle East Eye. He follows Turkey closely, and he says there's a debate going around about whether actually, sorry, that's a slightly different tweet from Rajib, but in this tweet, apparently Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, came out and said he believes that Turkey's decision to release the prisoners of war was due to pressure that they received from NATO allies in advance of the NATO summit. And of course, that's been refuted by plenty of people, but I just wanted to mention what the Russian perspective was. And it's, that idea of shifting the blame to NATO allies may be an attempt to sort of give a bit of an out to Erdogan in taking this position. So we'll go to exit.
I have a lot of thoughts on everything that happened in Turkey. If you follow me, you saw me put up a giant tweet thread about that today. But one of the things I didn't mention in there is that it's really cool to see the Azovstal guys get released. However, what that means for the potential release of other POWs who are still in Russia or in Russia-controlled areas is probably a little bit concerning. I'm not sure that Russia is going to be excited about returning more POWs if they've just kind of gotten this slap in the face from Turkey and Ukraine. And I think it'll be important to watch over the next month or so as to whether or not we actually see a continuation of returning POWs, because that might tell us how Russia's actually feeling about how this went.
Thanks for that. And hopefully, Exit, you stay close to the mic because we're going to get into some Turkey details that I'm sure you have opinions on. So continuing with the diplomatic side of things, moving beyond POWs, this has begged the question, is Erdogan realigning himself? And sorry, it looks like I may have put up the wrong tweet. I put up sort of the block tweet, so I'll put up the specific one. There we go. There was a question about, is Erdogan realigning himself? And again, this is opinion, but coming from Rajip, a journalist in the area who pays close attention to Turkish politics, he says that he thinks that Erdogan walks a thin line between Ukraine and Russia, and that he will, if he feels like he's gone too far in one direction, he'll suddenly make an overture to the other side. And that in general, Turkey seems like it has taken more steps to help Ukraine than it has taken to help Russia. So, this sophisticated observer, Rajip, is basically saying he thinks this isn't a change, that Turkey has always been slightly more Ukraine friendly, and that it's, just continued effort to maintain a balance. But just because they're helping Ukraine doesn't mean it's necessarily an abandonment of engagement with Russia. So we may not want to get too far ahead of ourselves. The second item in the nest, the second item in the nest was the block, so I'll just remove that. What should be the new second item in the nest is Exit's thread on whether, Exit's tweet, because there is a claim going around now coming from a Telegram channel that is Operativno ZSU, which seems like a semi-official outlet for Ukrainian armed forces updates, that has come out and claimed that both Turkey and Ukraine have confirmed that the grain deal will continue even if Russia formally withdraws from it, and that the Turkish Navy will ensure the security of the naval corridors. And, Exit's opinion, well, perhaps it's not, she'll speak for herself in a moment, but Exit's tweet specifies that this is not coming from, an official source, and that we should be looking for different confirmation before accepting this as a political reality. It seems inconsistent with other comments that were made by Erdogan just the other day. Maybe I'll give Exit. Did you want to come in with any points on that before we go to Andrew?
My tweet says it all. That statement does not align with the things that Erdogan and Kuberkov and some other Ukrainian officials said literally the day before. It doesn't mean it's not true. I expect that's where we may be headed. It just means whoever put that tweet out, I think, is either mistranslating or being very hopeful. There doesn't appear to be a lot of other sources for that. I did find one that Ayatollah sent me that seems like it might be where that came from, but I'll have to look into that further. I think it's important to remember that Erdogan will always play for Erdogan. If he wants to continue stalling Sweden, then and that would be intentionally to appease essentially the home front. Obviously, Sweden's made some decisions lately that have not been helpful to this ascension topic. But in order to counter that, it may be that he is working hard to find some other ways to appease the West and the NATO countries. And this would be a direct response to that frustration and a possible way to appease them. And arguably, he has the strength with Putin to be able to make these moves and still continue relationships with him.
Thanks for that. As we go along and talk about the grain deal a little bit more, I'm sure we'll hear from you in a moment. Andrew, please go ahead.
Hello. Today, I read a few articles written by various Ukrainian analysts, and the basic conclusion of it was that they believe that Erdogan handed over the POWs, not. Well, I'll simplify to my point. He handed them over because perhaps Putin did something that offended him and just made him angry personally. And I've been thinking about if this happened, because it's just a thought. I'll just say that it's a thought. So if this happened, what could have been the thing that set Erdogan off? What could have Putin done to anger him? And I'm not an expert on Turkey or let alone Turkey-Russian relations. So I don't know what this could be. Maybe it's related to the grain deal. I don't know, but maybe this is kind of my question I put to everybody. Maybe a rhetorical question. So that's all I have to say.
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, there's the idea that something specifically might have offended Erdogan personally. I think there might also be the concept of Erdogan not particularly liking Putin, or perhaps not liking the power balance that has existed in the relationship. And I've seen some suggest that following the Wagner revolt, perhaps Erdogan is looking at the writing on the wall and thinking that Putin's relative power may be waning, and therefore he felt he has more latitude to act counter to him. So it may not be like a specific recent event so much as just a degree of enmity that can now be expressed. But if anybody knows of specifics, that would be interesting. Exit, go ahead.
Just to kind of add to Andrew's point, where we used to see Erdogan kind of fairly public about his communications with Putin and mentioning them more often. Since the election, that has not been the case, and it seems like he's been generally more cautious about that relationship. Not that he hasn't commented on it, but generally he's commented less, I guess. And it seems to be a really different procedure than he was following before, which at some point I had kind of wondered if that was really just about the fact that Erdogan maybe didn't perform in the election exactly how Putin was hoping for. And so I thought maybe that was a little bit of tension between the two of them. But now I wonder if there's a little bit more backdoor that maybe we just aren't aware of. Obviously, this is completely speculation on my part. But it's notable how much that has changed. And it definitely seems like there's more tension in the conversation between the two of them than there ever has been in at least the last year and a half that I've been watching.
Thanks for that. We'll go to Colby and then to Redstone.
I don't have any specific insider knowledge, obviously, but just for historical context, Russia and Turkey are historical adversaries. So it's it's normal for them to be siding more with Ukraine in this war, given that historical background. And it's also been historically sort of Turkish foreign policy to play both sides until they think that they've determined who's going to win, and then they're going to side with that side. So that was their strategy, somewhat in the lead up to World War I, you could say. Obviously, they chose wrong in that case, but certainly during World War II, they were extremely friendly with both the Nazi Germany and the Allies, and then ultimately sided with the Allies, of course, by the end of it, and then joined NATO because they saw the USSR, their historical adversary, to be a very significant threat that necessitated them joining the alliance. So just some historical context.
Thanks for that. So we have a new speaker, Redstone. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was breaking up a little bit earlier, off and on, so I didn't hear everything. But in context, I just wanted to say that I sort of viewed Erdogan's position directly with Putin as sort of a Schrodinger's cat. Is either kind of half in and half out and not there at all. If we go to earlier in the invasion, the Bayraktar played a huge role in, the destruction of Russia's armor as they were coming into the country. I think that can't be overstated. Without the Bayraktar, they would have had maybe less of early successes in stopping, Russia getting to Kyiv. There might be more opinions on that, more educated opinions, but that's my take. I mean, that was a big part of the beginning of the defense.
That's a true point. Just before I keep going around to hands, I'll note I've added to the front of the nest a geolocation. So at the beginning of the space, I mentioned looking at that column that claimed it was going toward Belarus, the Wagner column toward Belarus, and I said I believed it was going toward old footage of Wagner moving toward Moscow. I just couldn't geolocate it. I talked about trying to match vehicles up, and I was just flagged in a geolocation that's been done by Neon Handrail, who does lots of work with GeoConfirmed and who is a frequent listener with us. And so it's pretty sweet if you spend a long time building up so you can host spaces like this. Now you can highlight issues to people and they'll go and geolocate them in the background, which is a nice perk. So many thanks to Neon Handrail for doing what I could not. John, please go ahead.
Thank you. One thing I'd just like to point out regarding Turkey is that Pope is absolutely correct that Erdogan can and will and is playing every side to the maximum extent that he can. At the end of the day, degrading the degradation of Russia's power and influence in Europe and the Black Sea and the Middle East really only benefits him. That gives him more room to expand Turkey's power and influence. So, I mean, even though he's absolutely going to try to play NATO, play the U.S., play Ukraine where he can, at the end of the day, it's almost all benefits for him if Russia loses.
I hear that. We'll go to Arcadian, who is our friend from Greece. Go ahead, Arcadian.
Hi, everybody. I think Erdogan has done it just to show good gesture before the NATO summit. To be aware that there is now organizing a meeting between Greek Prime Minister and Erdogan plus the foreign ministers and a few diplomats. And I think he's doing all that in order to convince US to take F-16s, at least for that side. But Erdogan always and actually never loses. So for sure he will change after the NATO summit against his behavior. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so whereas Peskov was saying, he's under pressure from NATO, you seem to think that he does have NATO allies in mind, but it's not because he's under pressure from them, but that he's hoping to, butter them up or win favor with them in advance of the meeting, which is an interesting thought. Okay, in the absence of hands, I'll keep going through the update. So we have this suggestion that the Turkish Navy may assist the grain exports, but we have no evidence of that, so we need to just keep monitoring for evidence one way or another. The fourth item back in the nest is the video put out by Zelensky of his trip to Snake Island, which was again a political coup showing that that Russia does not have control over the Western Black Sea, and that Snake Island has a significant role to play in the ensuring the security of the routes for the Black Sea Grain Initiative. And I believe Exit, I don't know did you put your thread out on that front, or do you have just one in the works?
Nope, I did put it out just a little bit before we started here. I will find it and put it in the nest.
Awesome. So, yeah, sorry, I go into shutdown mode for a while before the space, prepping it all, so I don't see things in the last little while. The fifth and sixth items back in the nest are two sort of elements of religious diplomacy that I thought were interesting. While in Turkey, Zelensky met with one of the patriarchs in, what is the city? In Fener, Istanbul. And, given the role that the Russian Orthodox Church plays and the connection between the Russian Orthodox and the Eastern Orthodox churches. It's kind of an interesting demonstration of support to have the Patriarch meet with Zelensky. The sixth item back in the nest was similarly a meeting in a church. Yes. So that's the tweet by Daniel Fried. Apologies, he's retweeting. So it's sort of the embedded tweet. But Zelensky went on a whirlwind tour after visiting Bulgaria and then I think the Czech Republic and then Turkey. He then proceeded to Poland, where he met with President Duda, and they had a memorial service regarding the massacre of civilians at Volhynia, which is a famous incident where Ukrainian troops fighting, I believe, with the Russians, massacred Polish soldiers. And so this sign of solidarity, hopefully I have those details right. We're coming to the end of a long space. Zelensky, the sign of solidarity of Zelensky, marking it with Duda, is, believed to have significant political value. Not that I am cynical and suggest that it's for political purposes, but that Zelensky's, empathy and commitment to cooperation with Poland will probably build that relationship. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. I'd really like to emphasize just from a soft power standpoint, just how big a deal this is. A constant, prior to the invasion, it was a constant stumbling block in Polish and Ukrainian relations has been the cultural and historical reckoning with the events of the early 20th century, specifically the atrocities that were, committed by Ukrainians against Poles and by Poles against Ukrainians, throughout the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, as well, especially during the Second World War. That has been just a political landmine for both of them. That has, I think, had a really damaging impact on the development of their relationship before the invasion. So it's a really positive sign that this is happening.
Yeah, I appreciate you emphasizing that. Okay, I think I have maybe three more blocks on diplomacy I want to at least raise, but as is typical when I get toward the end of a space and get low on time, I'm just going to put my block of tweets up. So it's the individual posts that have about 4 or 5 links in them. So I won't break them out individually. This first one that's up in the nest is sort of a tally of recent statements either for or against Ukraine's membership in NATO, particularly in light of the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius. So you'll see, if you have a look in that tweet that starts with NATO, that Erdogan came out and endorsed their membership, saying that there is no doubt that Ukraine deserves membership in NATO. But then, so on the plus side, if you look down the tweet a little bit, there were endorsements from the government in Portugal and also the government in Bulgaria, which is interesting news because Bulgaria had remained very tight-lipped, sort of been playing close to the vest regarding NATO membership. So they had endorsements. The two countries that have been more cautious about the pace at which Ukraine would be considered for NATO membership are the United States and Germany. And so you'll see there is a tweet in there about Biden. It's the tweet by Christopher Miller from the Financial Times. It includes the video interview with Biden, so you can see his comments directly if you like. I'm going to highlight, and somebody, I can't recall who it was, somebody else made this point, that for example, the Kiev Independent came out with this headline for Germany essentially saying that Germany prepares to block Ukrainian NATO bid, but it has been pretty well known that because of the ongoing war on Ukrainian territory, that Ukraine was not going to be admitted at the summit. It was just a question of what kind of timing would be signaled and sort of what the process would be. And so highlighting that Germany is blocking it, I don't think is necessarily fair to Germany, even if they're maybe among those pressing for caution. I don't think there was enough sentiment among other members that membership would have been granted at this moment in any event. Let me just before going to hands, let me see if I've missed anything. So toward the end of that tweet, you'll see there's one line that says debate, and that's an analysis by Timothy Mylovanov of the Kiev School of Economics, responding to an article in Foreign Affairs arguing against Ukrainian membership in NATO. So if you want to see the back and forth sort of in written form, have a look at Timothy's tweet. And then the final point in that thread on NATO, it says 3-part package. And so this was a statement that Stoltenberg had come out with, essentially saying that what he intends to offer at the summit will be a comprehensive aid package in order to assist Ukraine in coming up to NATO military standards, the establishment of a diplomatic meeting group in order to deepen diplomatic ties among Ukraine with other NATO members, and then finally to confirm the intention that Ukraine is a candidate for membership, which of course is a restatement of the 2008 position. But those were the 3 points that Stoltenberg had highlighted. I've seen other politicians come out and talk about an Israel-like set of guarantees, but it's not clear that there will be any specifically announced bilateral security guarantees at the NATO summit. Even though those have been floating around as a concept for quite a while, I'm not hearing that any will definitely be announced, but we'll just have to keep our eyes open. So we'll go to John and then to Jane. Go ahead, John. So John may be having problems with his mic connection because I see him unmuting and then muting again. So I don't know if that's a technical glitch. We'll go to Jane, and if John comes back, then we'll switch. Go ahead, Jane.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think that the timing and the issue of Ukraine's NATO membership is a matter, I think, of timing. And I would imagine diplomatically has to be put off for a while. But, the question is, I think eventually, will they be rolled in? And if things continue down the same path we're going on, I don't think that we can continue to provide the Ukraine with the kind of hardware that they have and not at least consider them put it this way, a NATO junior member or a NATO mascot country or something like that. And I'm kidding when I say that, but I think it's the reality of things. Just my 2 cents, but I think it's ultimately going to happen simply because of the fact that so many NATO members have been supplying them weapons. And will it make Putin miserable? Of course. But Putin started this thing. Had he not decided to start a war for sport and done truly horrific things in the process, we wouldn't be here. So, he looks in the mirror, and that's the guy to blame. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jane. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. Regarding NATO accession and the upcoming summit, one thing I would say is that there was no possibility of Ukraine being admitted at the summit. There's absolutely zero probability of that. It's never going to happen. No NATO member has ever been admitted, while engaged in a high intensity armed conflict. It's just not going to happen for political reasons. So I think the initial headline towards Germany was probably unfair and kind of clickbaity, to be quite honest about it. That said, the new piece out from Financial Times seems to be more serious in the sense that the U.S. and potentially Germany are opposed to even a timeline for membership post-war. That is deeply problematic. And regarding this notion of an Israeli-style security arrangement, the commentary I'd offer for that is that the only reason why that arrangement with Israel is workable and functional is because Israel has an independent nuclear deterrent. That arrangement would not be workable otherwise.
Yeah, I hear you. I've seen similar comments, but that begs the question whether that's just a phrase that's being used, to toss around ideas. I'm not aware of any specific proposals for a country to act on that and say we're going to offer Israel guarantees. But who knows? We'll find out. Go ahead, Colby.
So this is going to be a pretty unpopular take, probably. But I am not in favor of any sort of shortcut for Ukraine into the NATO alliance. I think that they should have to go through the usual membership action plan process, because the reality is that trying to shortcut this process, especially the people that are suggesting that some super shortcut should be offered to Ukraine, that will jeopardize Ukraine's ability to get its membership ratified in the United States Senate. So the process has to just play out. I think that, at the summit, I think at the summit they should offer Ukraine entry into the MAP program would be an appropriate step forward, in my opinion. I don't think that they should be given a specific date or anything along those lines that, you're going to be a member at this time, because the current exercise that we're seeing with Sweden shows that all it takes is one country to put up a roadblock and then the whole plan is just shot. So there's no ability for Ukraine to be offered a specific guarantee of joining the alliance at any point in time, unless every single member of the alliance agrees to that. And even then, that can change as soon as there's a change of government in any one of these countries, and that future government decides that they don't want to honor that commitment. So there's no short process here that's going to actually work. I think that a map is a logical step that could be taken at the summit. And if Ukraine can get that, that would be a pretty big victory. I think that focusing on NATO accession is kind of putting the cart before the horse. The number one priority that Ukraine should be focused on, and the entirety of the alliance should be focused on, and what all of their political capital should be spent on, is just getting them weapons right now to destroy the Russian army. That still has to be the number one priority, because a lot of people are dying every single day because the Russian army is still not obliterated. So that should still be the number one thing that everybody's focusing on. NATO accession talks for Ukraine, when we still can't even get Sweden in, is a bit of a distraction, in my opinion. And that's probably, again, very deeply unpopular, but that's how I feel. And everybody who knows me knows that I am very hawkish on Ukraine joining NATO, but I'm trying to be realistic about it actually getting done.
John, go ahead.
One thing I just point out is that it was previously reported that the U.S. had tentatively agreed to waive the map for Ukraine, and the Financial Times, their piece, has also indicated that all NATO members have provisionally unanimously agreed that they're going to waive the membership action plan for Ukraine. So that seems to be probably going to be set in stone now, that there will be some alternative to that.
I would just say that that's a decision by the Biden administration and, you know, other executive branches. And the United States Senate has not expressed an opinion that Ukraine should forgo a map. And that's ultimately, you know, what matters, is that the Senate in the United States' case, they get to ratify the treaties. So if they think that Ukraine should still have to do a map, they have to do a map, regardless of what the Biden administration agrees to.
Yeah, it's just that implied cost. If the administration is saying you have an alternative process and the Senate's saying, well we might not approve that, and then they spend time and effort going down the alternative process, there will be a lot of political pressure that if the Senate says, no, you have to go back and go through the normal process. I mean, the Senate can do that, but there, you know, the political considerations would be considerable. Like, you know, in terms of pressure on senators. Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, this is real quick, and I may have misunderstood what you said, and I hear you, Colby. I know that I understand which side of this argument you're on, and I gather you're not a fan of the Biden administration, and that's fine. But I'd say this, that, you know, as is always the case, elections have consequences. And I would say that I agree with Michael, it would be very difficult if NATO did create on a nation level, this alternative, path for them to gain membership. It would be very difficult for the United States Senate as one group of people to say, maybe not, after the entire NATO membership has said so, and they have gone through the process that's been agreed to. There can be some back and forth on it, certainly. But I think it would be really difficult. I also may have misunderstood you, but did you say that, you know, if administrations change, they could pull out of, were you saying the agreement, or pull Ukraine out of NATO if they were, you know, eventually made members? I don't know which way that is, but once they're in, they're in. And that is a enormously high bar. And please answer what I said there. I'm sorry. I may have misunderstood you, so please.
Yeah, go ahead, Colby.
Yeah, I'm saying that, you know, the entirety of the NATO alliance can agree today to waive the map requirement for Ukraine. But that can be changed as soon as there's a change in government in any one of those states, or in fact, the current government can change their mind, right? It's not completely binding. And I understand that you might feel that the Senate is going to bow to political pressure. Remains to be seen. I am far less confident than others seem to be that the Senate would very swiftly ratify Ukrainian membership if they feel like Ukraine is circuiting the process here. The United States Senate, it's still, you know, it's much more bipartisan minded than the House. It is much more foreign policy minded than the House. But the composition of the United States Senate is changing in ways that I do not like, as somebody who is very much a national security minded person. So there are not as many strong votes for Ukrainian membership in NATO in the Senate today than there were even just 4 years ago, right? John McCain is dead. There are a lot of people for whom foreign policy issues was their number one issue that are gone. Rob Portman, he's gone, right? So there's new faces in the Senate who are not going to be receptive to Ukrainian membership. And that is why I don't think it is in Ukraine's interest for them to go through a process which is viewed as just bypassing the normal procedures I think that's ultimately unhelpful for them. So, the alliance can decide they're going to waive the map. I would just say that I think that it would behoove the Biden administration, if they're going to do that, for them to engage in much more in-depth and public consultations with key figures in the Senate to get a read on where the vote count is for Ukrainian membership ratification, if they're going to go forward with waiving the map requirement.
We're also discussing this in the absence of information. So it's not just a question of should they go through the normal application process or not, but what would the terms of an amended application look like? Because obviously some could be more acceptable than others. I also suspect it would depend on how long that process would last, in that the longer it lasts, the more potential there is for political change to occur. Whereas if it were both a reasonable amendment and one that could be accomplished in fairly short order, so that there's less political turnover, then it may be ultimately more acceptable, but we would just have to wait for those details to come out. John, go ahead.
I just like to pose a philosophical question. Who's going to be the greater obstructionist, the United States Senate or one Viktor Orban?
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah, go ahead with an opinion if you have one, Colby. But that also begs the conditions under which we would even be that NATO would be voting on Ukraine's membership would imply the war has come to an end, which may imply a very different international political landscape. So who knows how that different landscape would affect Orban, or whether he would even be in his role.
Yeah, clearly Orban is not particularly friendly towards Ukraine. But your point is well taken, Michael, that the prerequisite for this is the war has to be over. Ukraine will not be admitted while the war is still happening. And that's, kind of back to my point. We're kind of putting the cart before the horse here, trying to establish some sort of timeline for when this is going to get done, and getting agreements from governments today when the eventual votes are not going to happen until after the war, which, the war is not, could still go on for years if we don't focus on the first issue, which is just winning the war, right? Like this is why I'm, making the point that it's imperative to focus all attention and resources on winning the war first, because if the war is never won, then every conversation we have about Ukrainian membership in NATO is moot, because they're not going to be admitted so long as the war is still being fought. So let's win the war first, and we can have some conversations about Ukrainian membership in NATO while the war is happening. But we have to understand that, it's all kind of moot until the war is over, because the end of the war, to your point, Michael, will have quite significant ramifications geopolitically and domestically in different countries in Europe. Certainly, the elections, what happens in European elections based on the outcome of that war, right? So there could be a change in government in Hungary, which seems kind of unlikely, unthinkable even right now, but it's certainly possible. If Russia is vanquished, then all of these people standing for Russia, who look pretty dumb already, are going to look even more insane once Russia, could be in ruins by the end of this. So I would just again suggest that let's not put the cart before the horse.
Which I hear. In the same way that we say the outcome of the war will affect the conditions under which NATO accession would be considered, I'll also suggest that there's a potential for the signaling with regard to NATO membership may affect how the war comes out, in that if there is an actionable and committed plan for Ukraine to join, that could create disincentive for Russia to persist in light of unified Western commitment, right? So the both of those play on each other, which I think the best argument is for diplomatic clarity and I'm totally with you, Colby, on win the war, but that to the extent that diplomatic clarity can contribute to that, I think it needs to be considered as well. Okay, so we're getting over time. I said I'd go half an hour. We're now an hour. I'm going to speak to like one or two more things. If any of my co-hosts or other associated friends who are helping us out have to go, I totally get it, because I know I'm going longer than I said. So I'll just go quickly through these last points. A reminder before we get right to the end that I hold these conversations every Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern and every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. There is an invitation to our next conversation on Thursday night in the front of the nest. So if you would like to set a reminder, you can do it there. The second item back in the nest is just a reminder that friends of ours live stream this conversation to YouTube. I'd encourage you to participate in our spaces here on Twitter so that you can speak up, toss in your questions and comments. But if you ever miss a conversation or there's a topic we discussed that you'd like to go back and listen to again, do check out the YouTube channel. Not all, but almost all of our conversations get posted there. So the items 3, 4, 5 are the last items I want to speak to today. We're not going to have time to get to some of the humanitarian and economic items, but if you go to the thread, they're there if you'd like to read them. Perhaps we'll bring them up in the next conversation. The third item back in the nest is the collection of material on negotiation for Swedish accession to NATO. So probably the newest things in there are the second item down. It's announced that there will be a meeting directly between Erdogan and Biden that will include discussion of Sweden's NATO membership during the NATO summit in Vilnius. And so that high-level there have been suggestions that that kind of high-level negotiation may be where some deals are worked out to the extent that provision of the newest models of F-16 are somewhat conditional on the Sweden-NATO issue. I understand that there is still Senate opposition in the form of Committee Chairman Menendez, who has tied provision of those F-16s to Turkish policy in Syria, and that it's not just a Sweden-NATO question. But anyway, high-level meetings will occur between Biden and Erdogan that may move the issue forward. The one other item on the Sweden front is that Sweden has undertaken the first handful of deportations under their new terrorism laws. And last week, there was the first instance of somebody being convicted in Sweden of terrorism financing. So the details are in that thread. The person was sentenced to 4 or 5 years in jail in Sweden, which will be followed by deportation. And so these are laws that were amended as part of a negotiation with Turkey. And it seems like Sweden's, following through on several of its commitments there. John, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. I just wanted to ask Colby regarding Menendez and the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. If I'm not familiar enough with the mechanics of this personally, but if there are enough, I guess, assuming the Democrats on the committee support the motion or support the foreign military sale, and presumably if there's enough Republicans on side for this as well, would there be an issue pressing forward with this, or is the threat just that Menendez will retaliate because this, for unrelated legislation because it's a 50-50 split?
I'm terribly sorry. There was a lot of background noise in my kitchen just now. I was walking away. Can you re-summarize that question for me?
Sure. Yeah. So regarding Menendez and the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, obviously he's the chair of that. If presumably if there's Democratic support amongst the various committee members, and if the Republican members of the committee are on sides as well for this, is there an issue potentially forcing for the administration to force the issue past Menendez, or is the threat from him more so that Hill spike unrelated legislation because this Senate is split 50-50?
I seriously doubt that Menendez is going to go rogue and start jeopardizing other Democratic priorities if he doesn't get his way on this issue. That seems like a very low probability scenario to me. Menendez has a lot of issues and a lot of ethical issues that he's been in jeopardy with in the past, and he's not really in a position to upset his party like that, because they can and will threaten him with a primary if he were to go rogue, basically. So that said, he does wield considerable power being the chairman of the committee. But push comes to shove, if there's a very strong bipartisan consensus that President Biden has negotiated a deal in which Sweden gets membership in NATO and the United States is going to sell the F-16s to Turkey, I think that will basically happen, even if he objects to it. And I don't think that if they go, if the committee, all the other members of the committee unite against him, I don't see him going rogue in retaliation. He's not going to upset the rest of President Biden's agenda because he didn't get his way over this. But I mean, Biden needs to negotiate a good deal, basically, is the first step, because Senator McConnell has come out and said, basically agreeing with Menendez that, we're not giving F-16s to Turkey unless we have some guarantees that Turkey's going to play ball. So there has to be a satisfactory deal negotiated between Biden and Erdogan in order for the Senate to agree to the sale.
Okay. Well, there are lots of interesting political implications there. We'll probably see movement following the NATO summit in that case. And by movement, I don't mean necessarily it will happen. I mean, we'll start to see how the political fallout comes down. So second last block of material in the nest, fourth item back. This is the block of material on the NATO Secretary General. This is fairly brief, but it was official. Stoltenberg has had his mandate extended for one more year until October of 2024, I think, or so, I guess just more than 1 year. And there was the second item there was speculation by an article in the Telegraph that the United States blocked Wallace, UK Defense Minister Wallace, from being appointed as NATO Secretary General. This rumor had been circulating for a while, but the Telegraph went on in some detail to speculate the reason the United States opposed it was because Wallace has been such a staunch supporter of Ukraine in terms of providing advanced weapon systems, including being among the first, to make Challenger tanks available in that sort of breaking the logjam on Western tanks. And then also the provision of Storm Shadow missiles that maybe casts the United States in a worse light in failing to provide ATACMS. I don't know that I buy that analysis by the Telegraph. The word was that the U.S. was not going to push Wallace's initiative forward or candidacy forward, but that he was primarily being opposed by Germany and France, who were upset with the idea that an individual from the United Kingdom would take the role following Brexit, and that the United States just wasn't willing to fully back him. So I'm putting it up because there are interesting political considerations, but it's difficult to know. There are one or two other items about NATO up there, like some people starting to look at, well, what will happen a year from now after Stoltenberg steps down? Some people were floating as a compromise candidate von der Leyen, but there are arguments against her candidacy. So essentially, we're just reading political tea leaves at this point. John, please go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly regarding the Telegraph. I don't have an issue believing that the U.S. in some way is either blocking or doesn't support Wallace's candidacy. I mean, I think that's totally plausible. That said, I would be very skeptical about any specific explanations put forward. I've seen some different outlets report different, reasons for why the White House is potentially blocking it. And given that it is specifically the Telegraph, I'd recommend this be taken with a fairly large salt shaker.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I also agree with you. So, sorry, just doing some last minute admin things, adding some speakers. Gurney, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I try to stay out of some of the political discussions, but unless there's a source given much more than that single Telegraph article here regarding NATO, I think people fundamentally misunderstand what Jens Stoltenberg's main role is, and he pretty much is an internal consensus builder and does much more listening amongst internal stakeholders. So to hear that a bold defense minister may have been considered for position. That is quite the opposite of that, right? It's not has nothing really to do with defense. It's a civil affairs position within NATO. NATO has a separate military command structure altogether. So its main thing is to appease the stakeholders, the NATO stakeholders, to keep NATO functioning. So I think there's a lot of misunderstanding out there, both for the article and some of the hot takes on each side that the article is intentionally sort of inflaming or gaslighting here, for viral engagement. There were names thrown around, this candidate versus that one. All of them, again, need much more substantiation, but I don't buy any of that because it doesn't make sense policy-wise that someone like that is considered for a position. That NATO position is pretty much that person would be a career diplomat who takes the position of whatever has been crafted by the stakeholders and runs with that. So someone who's listening. So again, not to get into that, but I think people are completely. I think that article is designed to drive engagement, and people are happily accommodating that engagement with some hot takes that make it as if the goalposts have to be. That the article was plausible or true. And I don't accept that premise.
Fair. And when I see things like that, I sometimes debate whether to even bring them up if I think they're incorrect. But I'm not saying I'm correcting misinformation, but if it's a concept that is being discussed widely, I think it's at least worth raising, particularly when I think it's a little bit off base. So that's my thinking and even bringing it up. Okay. Last update block, the fifth item back in the nest, this claim of track 2 negotiation, whereby several U.S. private citizens apparently met with Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, and this was maybe a little bit more controversial 2 or 3 days ago when it first came up. We didn't have time to get to it then. It seems like more detail has come out in the meantime that has cooled it down a little bit. But the tweets that I've included in that post, in case you want to take it away for reading, there's the initial report from NBC about the fact that it occurred, that these meetings occurred. It includes the names of the individuals. My understanding is that they personally were getting some heat, given they're people who worked in international relations and covered Russia a fair bit. I understand they both had been speakers at the Valday Club, which is a Russian-run international relations forum that nowadays is seen more as a propaganda mouthpiece, although when they participated, it may have been more of a legitimate forum. Interesting response to this, or analysis, I should say, in the West, is that in many ways this discussion was ill-advised and was perhaps more a trap, in terms of international diplomacy. And so if you want a discussion of that,
My apologies, everyone. I think we're having some big technical difficulties. Just give us one more second for Mr. Bond to get back.
Hi, guys. Sorry, I'm back. Apparently, some combination of the latest Twitter updates and my emulator are not playing nicely together. So I'm almost done wrapping up. I was just saying on that two-track negotiation that if you want good coverage of the idea that it may have been a trap, check out the Substack writing by Own All the Things. There's a discussion of the fact that really the U.S. government's involvement or like political being seen to be involved is fairly limited. Interestingly, the White House came out and made it very clear that they had not approved these discussions with Lavrov, and that they are not using these meetings to pass messages or conduct any kind of indirect diplomacy. So really, these folks are kind of hanging out in the wind. It's very unlikely that anything will come of it. But for a day or two, there were some considerable concerns. Ukraine came out with the standard, we are concerned. We think there should be no negotiating about Ukraine without Ukraine. The last item I included in this block on the second track negotiation, it's not actually a second track, but that's how it was being portrayed, was just the fact that when it comes to peace, Ukraine has its own peace formula. We've discussed it before, and that they had meetings basically at the same time that these were ongoing, where they were pushing their peace formula forward with foreign diplomats. So they're just working away, patiently, trying to promote their own vision. Okay, so we're going to wrap up very shortly. We have a new speaker, so we'll take last comment from Chris. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a question regarding this. What are the odds that these guys were freelancing, so to speak? I mean, what are the odds that they are just freewheeling on their own? Because these are guys who obviously didn't get the job in the Biden administration. So, I mean, to me, it seems like some people that maybe wanted to be more important than they actually are, versus what are the odds that they actually had some kind of assignment from Biden or Biden's team.
Well, I mean, unless Biden's team had given some kind of approval, but then decided to come out and very publicly, refute that. I tend to lean toward, if the White House is saying they did not approve it, they were not using it either to negotiate or pass messages, that probably those folks were freewheeling. Who knows whether they have connections, not necessarily approval from the administration, but perhaps connections where they thought, well, we'll go with it on our own, but we have enough connections that if there seems like there's any hope here, we can kind of transition it to be a more, official second track, is my impression. But again, a bunch of those materials I included have, analysis of others who are watching closely. So I'd encourage you to look at some of the write-ups about how it may potentially be a trap. Colby, go ahead.
The Biden administration came out and very explicitly said that these officials were not speaking on behalf of the U.S. government, and I take them at their words when they say that. I don't think that Richard Haas and the other two former officials that were engaged in these negotiations had any sort of assignment from the Biden administration to conduct these negotiations. Maybe I'm wrong about that, and I definitely do not have the most charitable view of a lot of the things that the Biden administration does, but I'm willing to take them at their word when they say that. But maybe I'll be proven wrong on that one. But
right now, there doesn't seem to be any evidence that they were official envoys in any capacity.
And so really it was a bit of a storm for maybe a day or two, but it seems like enough statements have been made to sort of distance these people from the administration that it seems like it's largely blown over. But we'll take a last comment from Jane.
Yeah, a couple of these guys were former guys from different administrations, and at the end of the day, if this were a worst case scenario, they could have invoked the Logan Act, which is a law that's never used, but in the United States, but it's something where private individuals are not invited into the foreign policy circuit. It's a very rare thing, and it's something very carefully orchestrated by administrations who are talking behind the doors like was done during the Cuban Missile Crisis, to pass messages to Moscow. But I don't think we're quite there right now. So this was definitely freewheeling, and I agree with Colby that this was not an action the Biden administration in any way approved. Thanks. Have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you. Every 5 or 10 years, some circumstance develops where the Logan Act gets raised. For those who aren't familiar with it, look it up, of course. But my understanding is it's never actually been applied in the 120 years or so, 140 years that it's been on the books, and that more than that, it's in the last few years, it's become particularly politically fraught because there are allegations that it has been used to threaten people with indictment, but then never actually used for an indictment, and that that kind of level of leverage use of a law that has never actually been tested is perhaps unjust. But it still, gets raised whenever scenarios like this come up. But I think with that we are done. So just a reminder that our next conversation will be Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. There's an invite in the front of the nest. So if you want to set your reminder now, this is your last chance in the moment. And I'll say thank you to everybody who came to listen. I think it was a great conversation. Clearly, we went a good hour plus over time. But we got way deeper into my agenda than normal. So I enjoyed that. And with some of these diplomatic items that are timely and that often get left behind. So thanks to everybody for listening. Thank you to all of our speakers. Many of our speakers today have been following the war and OSINT matters for a long time. I'd encourage you to check out their profiles and consider giving them a follow. And I'd like to thank my various co-hosts. Exit and Kitty ran almost the whole space with us, and then the last hour or so, Planet, Baroque, and Cyber jumped in to help out. So I appreciate your help. Without the help of my co-hosts, it would be very hard to do these spaces. So I hope that I'll see you guys on Thursday night, and otherwise enjoy the rest of your evening.